My favorite uncles, Uncle Kenny. We would go for ice cream once a week. But then one day I didn't see him. Mom said it's best that we don't speak. But one day I looked on his Facebook and saw he was okay. He was just the same, nothing had changed except that he was gay. So if I leave as well and I damn to hell, what will my mother say? I'll be the bad influence to my family and friends and be asked to stay away. I have sought your face, I have read your words, I have tried, but I can't find you. Tried to make sense of your confusing love. I don't know what else that I can do. In the dark I feel you might not be real, but hell is waiting if I'm wrong. So I pray that your love will be enough for me. For I don't know where I'll go if not in your house. God, I don't want to miss out on you, so please don't let me down to truth. Show me you're here. I have sought your face, I have read your words, I have tried, but I can't find you. Tried to make sense of your confusing love. I don't know what else that I can do. In the dark I feel you might not be real, and hell is waiting if I'm wrong. It's what I'm so scared of. But fear's not enough for me.
Being transgender is perfectly fucking natural. Turns out science has already identified over 300 species on this planet that exist in nature that can transition genders. And I understand that there are people who might disagree with that, but to call it unnatural is scientifically inaccurate, is all I'm fucking saying. They have known since 1972 that human beings are one of those 300 species. You can Google this. Science has known since the 1970s that every single human embryo ever begins as a female embryo, which technically means that every dude in this fucking room is trans. Enjoy those fucking apples, dude. Fucking, you're trans, you're trans, you're trans, you're definitely trans. What are you laughing at, sissy boy? You're trans as fuck, dude. You're trans, you're trans, you're so trans. If you didn't have that beard on your face, I'd fuck it.
Took a hit for the team, took a bullet for the dream, that we would one day all be free, free from prejudice, free from sexism, free from bigotry. I die for creativity, yeah. I die for freedom to be free. I died and left a legacy. Oh, but baby, I still live through technology. After the sun, comes the rain. Yeah. And after the storm, the sun will start shining. What tears of pain, and tears of pain. your destiny will manifest. Yes, Bubs in the city.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, y'all? It's your dude BubzDaGawd here with yet another live for you all on this Thursday evening. Y'all, please forgive me for being a little bit late. As I always say when I do my lives, girl, I'm gonna have to get to a point to where I have to tell people, look, I'm gonna talk to you once I'm done, because I kind of get sidetracked a little bit, and I was trying to get all this stuff together. I was going to do this live yesterday, but I had to work on some other things. But now that we're here and I have a little bit of free time, I figured, excuse me, that I would go forth with this commentary, because not only are we speaking on one particular video, it's two. Okay, and if you want to listen to both or watch both of those videos without any of Bub's commentary, you can definitely click that link down below. Okay, the description box, and the links will be there. But I will be pausing in this commentary. I'm gonna let y'all know right now, it's gonna be very colorful in this commentary. There's gonna be quite a bit of language in this commentary. So if that is not your stilo, I'm just letting you know that you can exit stage left if you choose to. But yeah, it's Pride Month. We already know the onslaught that is happening in this administration, or shall I say regime, excuse me, what's happening. So of course, for people like myself and others, we're going to advocate. We're going to advocate. We're going to advocate and educate in the midst of advocating. Okay. But with that being said, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? We are here. Let's see what's in the comments real quick. We got Queen Stevie. Hi, Bubs. My lummy, not lummy. Albert is doing a panel this weekend for the Short Stack fam, and he got it scheduled for 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if I'm gonna be up that early. I'm low-key be on my vamp-ish, but if I happen to make the live, I'll be there. If not, I'll definitely catch the replay. And I really want to hear your perspective. And just to let you know, Queen Stevie, no shade, you're probably going to be triggered in this commentary, especially when we get to Amir's video. Because the first video that we're going to be speaking on is Blaire White's video talking about how these queer affirming churches are too woke. Again, that word, talking about she hates politics, meanwhile using political tactics to get her point across. But okay, hey, whatever. And then the other video is Amir giving his commentary in reference to the whole trans experience, really in reference to trans women and cisgendered women, who a lot of cisgender women feel some type of way about being called cisgender, even though it's a scientific and academic term, not a slur. But we're going to get into that as well. But before we get into that, y'all know we got to be smart. Boom, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All the videos, songs, images, and graphics used in this live belong to their respective owners, and BubzDaGawd does not claim any right over them. So I wanted to say that real quick. Also, share your thoughts down below. Whether you agree, whether you disagree, let me know. Because unlike Blaire and Amir, and those that think like them, I'm literally trying to find the gray area. It's never the opposite extremes that is the complete answer. The complete answer is always in the middle. And my goal is to try to be in the middle. Amir said that he's middle right. I guess I would be considered middle left. But I also want to meet and have conversations about the middle area, the middle ground. And I'm willing to do that. There are plenty of other people who are saying they're willing to do that, but they're really not. Because unlike Amir and unlike Blaire, my YouTube channel at this time is small. I'm not getting paid for my content at this time. I have ads on there, but I'm not making any of the money they're making. So they have far more to lose than I do. Even though they pretty much almost lost the one thing that is practically priceless, which is their fucking souls. They're selling that. But as far as material wise or materially speaking, they have more than me. They have more awareness than I do. They have more reach than I do. My commentary is not to hate on those individuals because, like I stated, in order for me to hate you, you have to unalive my family and then put a bullet in my head, but I just can't let go. I become a hell spawn or something because that won't let me die. That is the only time I would hate somebody. I am doing this commentary because I am listening to what is being said in its entirety, and we're challenging the thought processes and the narratives behind it. And then, just like scientists, in order to verify that something is true, you have to apply it into the objective world and have people follow the exact same steps you did in order to verify it. And we know that, unfortunately, the majority of Americans have the IQ of a river shrimp. I don't know if it's the microplastic in the brains, girl, but a lot of us are not smarter than fifth graders. So we have to educate. And my heart really goes out to trans women, because trans women, it's like every single day they have to educate people about their experience. That's probably the reason why so many trans people start off with I am trans, because they're automatically stuck in education mode. Because even if they're in education mode, girl, people are still choosing to be willfully ignorant and dumb and stupid and dense. See, a lot of girl, y'all not ready for the real conversations though. No, she's not ready for the real conversations. Y'all want the comfortable conversations, the echo chamber conversations. That's not going to fly. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but we're heading into hell. And like CTV said, baby, this is just the foreplay part, girl. We just rubbing on booty at this point. We have not even put the hand in the pants yet to feel the skin. We haven't even taken the pants off. We haven't even got into the other elements of the basis. And I feel like if the people who are claiming to be more middle ground would actually focus on the middle aspect, then maybe, just maybe, there will be a larger rate of people surviving this fucking onslaught that both Amir and Blaire are, no shade, turning their backs on their own communities just to make sure that they are removed and exempt from the fucking onslaught that we know is going to happen. Because history, unfortunately, always repeats itself. So with that being said, let me shut the hell up. Let's get into the commentary. We're going to be here for a minute. I have to pause to give transformation. Also, wait a minute, before I go forward, shout out, I forgot the name of the person, but shout out to you for leaving me a comment on my last live and educated me. Rarely do I have people who give commentary or leave comments in my comment section. Rarely do I have them try to educate me. So shout out to you for educating me. I still have to study to show thyself approved based on the information that you submitted. So I thank you for educating me, but I got to verify it for myself. But shout out to you. And shout out to the people who, even though their attention span may be short, they're still strategic. Are like, okay, I know Bub's is gonna be live for about 3, possibly 4 hours. Let me break up his live into 30-minute increments throughout the fucking week. Like, there is ways to get the information. I'm so sorry that everything is not a hot and ready McDonald's drive-through shit for you. And the gag is all that type of shit that's fast and hot and ready is really not even good for your damn body. So for the straight A students and those that actually want to raise their grades when it comes down to the school of fucking life, how you doing? I'm BubzDaGawd, and welcome. For the rest of you rejects and dropouts, peace. But don't complain about how your life was, girl, when you had the chance to learn. So let me shut up, and we're going to get into it. No shade. Let me downsize myself. Let me change my music, because, you know, we got to do different instrumentals. Here we go. Is it going to play? Is it going to play? Are we going to play? Is it playing? Here we go. I'm like, what the hell? Come on, y'all. Let's do it right. Now we're going to start off again with Blaire White. Miss Blaire White is going to do an apology video, girl, on behalf of the queer people, telling the Christians, girl, I don't accept any of this woke LGBT-ish, girl. Queer people have been told for the longest time to get the fuck up out of the church. They've been told, we don't want you here. We want your gifts and your talents, but as far as your humanity, we don't want any of that ish in the midst of this. And there are some queer people with broken hearts being a part of a church family for years, who literally accepted the fact that the church is not going to allow them to hear God's voice. It's going to always be their voice speaking on God's behalf. So instead of just subjecting themselves to that more and more and more and challenging those in those spaces, especially in their own churches, there are plenty of queer people that said, you know what? Cool. With tears in their eyes and a broken heart, knowing that the people that they've connected to are not going to want to be connected to them anymore. Ended up leaving, but they did not leave the faith. I left organized religion, and it low-key was one of the best things that I have ever done in my life. I haven't left God. I haven't left source, universe, creator, whatever the case may be. It's all the same fucking thing. But I left the organized religion, the institution that pimped Christ's story to benefit them and to oppress people like you and I to this day. Which is why you got people like Blaire White in her mind thinking that as long as she sits up here and talks about other queer people, that God will bypass her trans experience. Very interesting. But those people end up leaving organized religion and end up going and creating their own spaces, their own places, such as, I think it's a church in LA. I don't know if it's called the City of Refuge Church. I think it's West something. I forgot what it's called. You have the church in Atlanta. I forgot the name of that as well. It's slipping my mind. For those who go there, charges to my head, not my heart. But they created their own spaces. And even when queer people create their own spaces and still worship God, or as we're going to see in these quote unquote woke videos, even though these are white people, but still, these are people in their own spaces, in their own places outside of the churches that people who do not agree with them, okay, they're not in those places. They're in their places, in their spaces, doing their own thing. And it's still not enough. Because when you're queer, you have to be completely uniformed. You have to be palatable to what dominant society says. Even though if dominant society were to really accept their mirror experience, they would realize that, bitch, y'all more gluttonous, y'all more lustful, y'all more prideful than the queer community could ever fucking be. The only thing that we could possibly do is just hope and dream to be on the same level as y'all. So again, what's good for the goose has to be good for the gander. But anyway, I'm gonna shut up and let's go ahead with the video. Again, Blaire White and how the woke church, not how some woke churches, not how these particular woke churches, but just how woke churches general are cringeworthy. Let's get it.
Okay, I'm pissed off today. Can I be so real? I'm mad. And I haven't even gotten into the video yet. Very few times do I have an attitude before I even start reacting to the clips and talking about the thing, right? Just the topic today is infuriating. Today we're talking about woke churches, LGBT plus. Okay, that's the first time I ever unironically said it like that. Plus the rainbow churches, right? This new trend of gender affirming, gay affirming, LGBT plus, woke, highly political in the left direction. Churches.
My pronouns are he, she, and they. Let us pray.
This is a trans Christian making this video, right? So everyone has their feelings about gay and Christian, trans and Christian, sin, not sin. Everyone has their opinions about how it should be handled within the Christian world. And we're not even getting to that right now.
No, but I need for you to get into that. And again, I'm going to be pausing because I have to tug on her wig. Not a little bit, but somewhat. Miss Mamas, it's Pride Month. You already know what the fuck a lot of Christian people, not all, but a lot of Christian people, through ignorance and fear, and some of them bigoted as hell, you already know what it's going to give. So this will be the perfect time to not just you know, to critique the queer community based on your opinions and perspective as a trans Christian, but we need to be able to see you give commentary to the Christians saying, hold on, wait a minute. Y'all can't deny them of God's love, and I'm a living example of that. We need a day in the life, the day in the prayer life of Blaire White. Like I said, y'all keep talking this shit. We are in the show me phase. Fuck talking. Talking has gotten us into what we're in right now. Talking has messed us up right now. What does it look like Because I'm going to keep pausing and I'm going to keep reiterating the fact of, like, Blaire, I'm going to need for you to show us and prove to us how you are exempt and other trans people aren't. And I'm not just talking about through your own perspective. I'm talking about the perspective of Christians at large. How are you different? Because if you're trying to get other queer people to follow you, especially back into organized religion, baby, you're going to have to come through with something that's very convincing. Because what we're going to see is definitely not going to be it.
I'm here to talk about the utter calamity, the utter disrespect that so many churches in America are exhibiting right now. I came across this one clip of a drag queen in a church, and now my entire algorithm is all these videos and leading me to believe this is like a really big problem. This isn't a church. So first of all, the cringe alone you can condemn this for. Like, take out even, set aside the blasphemy and the utter disrespect, right? You can just look at the cringe alone and be able to be like, wow, that's annoying. But this drag queen in the church with the nightclub lighting is lip syncing to the song Venus by Lady Gaga. I'll probably have to cut it really short because I can't play the audio, but a song with lyrics about Roman gods. The levels of blasphemy, the drag queen performing it is almost the least offensive part. Like, and we got to do a song about Roman gods. Like, what? The drag queen's butt is out under the, like this. How is this a church? And you know, it's all white people in the audience. I'm sorry. I have to just, it is only a white liberal church that's going to do this. My whole thing is this. I know and I believe that God loves gay people just like God loves all people. God also loves strippers. We don't got to turn the church into a strip club, right? God loves gay people. It don't got to be the Abbey in here. It also doesn't have to be Hooters because God loves Hooters girls. Like, what are, it's a church. There's this weird spell that drag queens are able to put on, like, the average liberal white woman, especially, to where, like, they accept things that are inappropriate by anyone else's standard. Like, you would never see a person like this on stage at a church who is like a stripper or a person of any other kind, but because it's a drag queen, suddenly, like, it's okay. And I just want to know why white women worship gay people. I have to be so honest. White women deify gay people. And I actually find...
Or maybe if you gay and white, because I'm gay and black, and I never had no white woman come to my damn defense and deify my black gay ass. That's interesting. Queen Stevie said that, what'd you say? I can't relate to a white trans woman, of course, because the experiences are different. And Miss Blaire is very airheaded about that. Now, I will clock that. I'm going to let her finish before I give my response. But I just wanted to say that real quick.
Not very, very strange.
We're here to celebrate.
Okay, we're done. We're done. Okay, well, I guess I should have continued. Okay, here's the thing. Blaire, you stated in the video in your sit down with Amir, throwing a little shot at organized religion. I'm like, girl, if y'all hoes could just lean into that a little bit more, we'll be square. Like, we would just be square. That even organized religion can't fucking make a decision collectively about how the fuck they're going to worship the same God. You have Baptists that don't worship like Kojic. You have Kojic that does not worship like AME. You have AME that doesn't worship as this or that or whatever the case may be. There are people who are, hell, Catholic, girl, who just don't want to sing songs and all that soul food, extra seasoning shit, girl. They want to be able to sing that little, girl, talk they shit for 12, 15 minutes, girl, and be out the door. So again, there are people right now, as we can see, in organized religion, in this institution, that is completely fractured. You're talking about the queer community. The religious community is also fractured, if we're talking about blind spots, because y'all so worried about all the damn alphabets and letters and stuff in the queer community, be in the organized religion. Y'all can't make up a single choice on what it is that y'all believe in cohesively. So if there can be over 2,000 to possibly 3,000 different denominations in the Christian faith, then what's the problem with these people worshiping God in their own way? They're not doing it publicly. They're not in the Walmart parking lot, Meijer parking lot, Kroger parking lot. They're not at the mall parking lot. They're not at the school parking lot. They're not at the daycare parking lot. Just like how a lot of y'all will be in these different parking lots trying to preach salvation, girl. I've never seen a bunch of drag queens in a parking lot talking about come become gay, girl. Come get this ass, girl. I don't see that. And if you do, send it to me, okay? On Instagram, BubzDaGawd, so I can see it for myself. But they are inside of a building doing their own thing. Secondly, oh my God, this is so blasphemous. You guys are worshiping Roman gods. Roman gods. Christ in them was alive during the Roman Empire. They fuck a bitch singing a song about it, and they're doing this motherfucking Timu ass damn Vogue performance, girl. Not Drag Race worthy, mind you. Girl, I'm just trying to understand. Miss Mamas is dancing to a song about Roman gods. Back in that day, they were actually believing in it. They were actually doing sacrifices for it. They were burning shit for it. They were sacrificing for it during that time. And you're going to hear Miss Mama speak about like witchcraft and shit like that, which Miss Mama must not have read the entire book because the Bible is a metaphysical book. It's a supernatural book that talks about supernatural-ish happening in it. People having supernatural experiences with the divine. And all Christ did in that narrative was to prevent what the fuck is happening now. Instead of being like a bunch of ignorant ass people that is going to continue to believe in a God inside of a book, as opposed to allowing God to make a living manifestation out of their own life so that that book can continue outside of the book, that the goodness of grace, the goodness and grace and God's mercy that is always and forever sufficient regardless of what you believe or what you want to think, that it covers 2,000 plus years to this day in my own life. And Miss Blaire White was able to have that awareness about herself, but somehow she doesn't have the awareness to be able to see it for other people. You ain't got to go to the church to do that. I wouldn't go to a church like that unless my ass was high for edible and I was invited, girl. If they want to do some drag shit, girl, I'll just watch and amazing while I'm high. Give praise. We talked about the strip club lighting, the very low level lighting, girl. I mean, when it's time to do praise and worship, don't it look like a fucking concert itself? Aren't the lights dim? Aren't there concert lights happening? Isn't it also a production when it comes down to the praise and worship segment of the church? And especially in white churches, girl, they gonna have the big ass stages. They gonna have the big jumbotrons. They gonna have the big LED motherfucking TVs and shit. They gonna have the ability to and the resources to be able to invest into videography, quality videography. It's gonna be a whole production and a whole service. And again, I know that because unlike Miss Blaire, being a Christian for a few years, I grew up in this shit. Especially in the black church, which in the black church, and unfortunately, just as a black person, you have to work 3 times as fucking hard because you're still seen as half or less or a third of a person, shall I say. So you have to work even harder to be seen as a whole individual, a whole human being. Well, Jesus loved gay people, but he also loves strippers. But they're not stripping at the club. But he likes Hooters girls, but they're not at the club. Yeah, but a lot of those people who are strippers and Hooters go to church. And God sees all things, right? So whether you did that shit in the motherfucking house of God, or whether you did that shit outside the house of God, in somebody else's house, in somebody else's husband's house, somebody else's wife's house, God sees all of that. But y'all be so worried about what man is going to think and allowing the judgment of human beings because we've been conditioned to believe that God operates through people. And if you're being told all your life that you dumb, you stupid, you ignorant, I'm lost without you, I'm desperate, I'm a filthy rag, all these low vibrational self-loathing things about your damn self, And then you're told that your soul salvation is in the hands of a pastor, a reverend, a deacon, a preacher. That becomes very dangerous because now we're talking about deifying. Why do white women deify gay men? Why do many people deify their pastors and their reverends and all of them? That even though when they are objectively found guilty of raping people, as we've seen before, and maybe during Pride Month, I might have a few lives about that. Because again, I'm going to do my due deals when it comes down to the education. And I like education and learning. And I also have a very dark sense of humor. And I'm a eunuch, so it's very interesting for me. You ain't got to go to the church where hoes twerk. You ain't got to go to the church with the big-breasted bitches in the front. You ain't got to do all that. And if I'm not mistaken, Miss Blaire White don't even have a church home, even though she is a trans Christian. You Republican girl, and none of those Republican people invited you to their church? Or they don't mind inviting you to the church as long as they get to misgender you. Because I want to again understand, Miss Blaire White, how at large organized religion is going to respect your pronouns and respect how you show up. Now let's see this next clip where this lesbian woman is speaking about God. Now take a listen to what this lady says in the clip. Also listen to what the hell comes out of this white woman's mouth on the screen. And then we're going to break that down a little bit more.
Queer, but divinely queer. Created in God's image.
What's going on, Deshaun?
Because Jesus was a drag queen. Jesus is a lesbian woman with 2 kids.
I'm sorry.
God is a gay man shunned by his family for being who he was created to be. God is my trans chaplain friend in San Francisco.
I'm surprised my laptop didn't just explode. I'm surprised. Sorry, God. Before we even address what she said out of her mouth. Mm-hmm. So behind her is a pride flag, right? Mm-hmm. You got a flag named after a deadly sin. Like, what are we talking about?
Shit.
Like, you can even support gay people in your church without hanging up a flag that represents an inversion of the rainbow for a deadly sin. Like, and here's the thing. The average gay person who rocks the pride flag does not know that. The average, like, LGBT person who's like, yay, it's a pretty rainbow flag. It's like, they're not thinking in terms like that. But like, just to a Christian or anybody who knows anything about theology, it's pretty obvious that the pride flag was created as an FU to religion, to Christianity. Like, that just is what it is.
Now, before we go forward, when I heard that the first time, I had to pause, because when I hear people say certain shit like that, the inner scholar in me, the inner aware person in me says, hold on, wait a minute, pause. Let me go ahead and look this up. Because like Amir and Blaire said in their sit down, I love that y'all want to take my word for it. I love that y'all want to take Blaire's word for it or any other person's word for it. But study to show thyself approved. And I know some of y'all hated learning in school, and I feel bad for y'all because that ain't me, bitch. It took me, I couldn't really focus in school because I was being bullied and shit because my mind was somewhere else. But now now that I'm an adult, and baby, when it comes down to self-defense, bitch, I don't play. I low-key feel like I'm gonna scare my damn self of what I can do. Because if I have to defend myself, that's the last resort. But I said, you know what? Pause. Let me look this up. And I kind of want to share with y'all what I discovered. And again, if I'm wrong, because again, AI can be wrong. One thing that I do fuck with in reference to AI is that when it comes down to the cold, hard, objective facts and truth, it's going to be able to give us that without any sort of emotional biases. Because AI don't have no emotions. At least not yet. Girl, Skynet. Lord. But I want to share with y'all real quick. What's going on, Hitman? Glad to have you in the building, and it's good to see you another time. What tomfoolery is Blaire doing now? Blaire is talking about how LGBT woke churches are cringe. Not how some are, not how these particular ones are. She's not calling out these places of worship, which is probably a good thing, because if not, some of her supporters will probably go over there and harass the fuck out of them. But she's speaking about that, and we're giving context, nuance, and also pulling on her wig just a tad bit. But let's take a listen real quick, because she said that a lot of queer people that wear these pride flags and stuff do not understand where it comes from. But from her perspective, with her being a newborn Christian, a baby Christian, a goo goo gaga Christian, just being 2+ years, she has been listening to other people that have been feeding her lies, saying that the pride flag was created by Luciferians, by Satanists, by demons, by people who are evil and anti-natural and all this other type of stuff. So again, as the scholarly person, I decided to educate myself. And I say scholarly not because I have a certificate, but because I also paid attention in school. All the people who got all these degrees, the reason why they were able to get it is because they paid attention in school. I just never stopped paying attention. Anyway, this is what it reads. Let me make myself make this, well, this is not bad. Let me pull it up on my phone because I have the actual pictures here so that we can all be on one accord, because I don't want to look at my computer screen. Hold on, let me take a sip of water. I need to get me an apple, because when you take edibles or whatever, you sometimes get cotton mouth, and that shit be so annoying. Give me a second, please. All right, we back. So I asked AI, and I put in what she said in reference to how is the pride flag, is that a big FU to organized religion? Was it created by Satanists? And what is the origins of the pride flag, right? So according to AI, girl, it says no. The gay pride flag was not created as a rebuttal or a big fuck you to the church or organized religion. The original rainbow flag was designed in 1978 by artist and activist Gilbert Baker at the request of Harvey Milk. It was explicitly created to provide a positive, uplifting symbol of hope for the queer community. Because see, at the time, the primary symbol for the gay rights movement was the pink triangle. Because the Nazis used the pink triangle to brand gay men in concentration camps, it carried a painful history of persecution and tragedy. See, Baker wanted to move away from a symbol born of Nazi oppression and create something beautiful that represented a rainbow of humanity. So instead of holding on to the old shit, like a lot of people in organized religion do, they decided to say, hey, we're going to drop that because someone came through and literally distorted and perverted the meaning of pride in reference to that triangle by now associating it with death and destruction and genocide. So it became something different. Far from being an anti-religious statement, Baker's creation of the flag actually drew inspiration from spiritual and biblical concepts. So firstly, we have the biblical inspiration. So I guess to Blaire's point, there is a mention of the Bible, but not in the way that she believes it to be. Okay. It says in his memoir, Rainbow Warrior, My Life in Color, Baker explicitly credited the Bible as one of his inspirations. He noted that the rainbow is the earliest recorded symbol of hope, representing God's covenant with all living creatures in the book of Genesis. So according to Blaire and the Republicans and conservatives who are ignorant as the fuck, they believe that gay people just decided to just groom the Bible girl. We just took the Bible girl. When in actuality, that was God promising that he wouldn't fuck shit up again, girl. But he looked at it from a place of hope. And again, you can read it from his memoir, Rainbow Warrior, My Life in Color. Secondly, it is a symbol of universal magic. Baker viewed the rainbow as a natural, universal flag from the sky that did not belong to any single nation or group. He wanted a motif that could encompass diversity, beauty, and joy. So do you hear that, people of the faith? I'm sorry, you don't own the rainbow. Your creator, through your perspective, is not the one that owns the rainbow. The rainbow is for all people. There are people that are Buddhist that see rainbows. People who are Muslim and believe in the Muslim faith also see rainbows. These are things that naturally occur all over the fucking place. And it's a beautiful thing. No shade. The spiritual meaning in the colors, because again, since we're talking about biblical and spiritual, let's stay in that realm for a minute. The original oh shit, I need to be doing this stuff. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be changing the thing with y'all. I'm reading it from my damn phone so I can see it. Sorry, so that's the other one with biblical inspiration and a symbol of universal magic. Let me remove my banner. Okay, then we have the spiritual meanings in the colors, okay? The original 1978 flag featured 8 hand-dyed horizontal stripes, and Baker assigned a specific life-affirming meaning to every single color. So, here we go with the education. Hot pink is sexuality. Red, life. Orange, healing. Yellow, sunlight. Green, my favorite color, nature. Turquoise, magic and art. Indigo, harmony and serenity. Violet, spirit. The inclusion of violet for spirit directly reflects Baker's intention to honor the inner soul and spirituality of queer individuals rather than reject it. So while the flag was born out of protest against, discrimination and political oppression, right? It was fundamentally built on affirmation, love, and unity rather than animosity toward religion, which is now why you got queer people that have a certain level of animosity towards organized religion. Because our entire existence is seen as a big FU to God. So instead of submitting to that, queer people just found something that also affirms them, that also is from that book. The perception of the flag as an anti-religious symbol largely stems from modern culture and political friction rather than the history of its creation. So then I asked another question. And I said, well, why is it that commentators like Blaire White and other conservative Republican Christians, why do they always push that the rainbow is that the gays have demonically possessed the rainbow and the flag and all this stuff? Like, why is that the case? And AI stated and said, commentators like Blaire White use rhetoric about devil worshippers, perversion, and the deadly sin of pride because their commentary relies on political provocation. Remember, Miss Mama's gonna say she hates that Jesus is political. Meanwhile, she's using Jesus politically. Religious framing, and a specific business model rather than historical facts. So again, we talking about capitalism. It's Pride Month. I'm gonna say what I want to say. A lot of these hoes, okay, are monopolizing on every aspect of our life in America today. Every aspect. But in this context, pride, yes, capitalistic. We have seen that support of pride is going down, of course, girl, because hell is coming. They already did their part, girl. They already pimped the fuck out of the queer community, girl, with this fake pseudo-ass support every month. But as soon as July 1st happened, bitch, all of a sudden, now we back to our regular scheduled programming. So again, these individuals and the party that Miss Mama supports, or that's backing her, are individuals who are all about the real color, green. They care about that money. Why do you think at church they're always asking you to give your all, to give your last, and then fear bait you into giving it up? Because if you don't, now a curse is falling upon your house. Like, we can really get into that, but y'all don't want to get into that. And if you're going to sit up here and claim to be the harbingers of truth, on the front line for faith, on the front line of life and truth and righteousness, like CTV said, if y'all want to be in a leadership position, everybody follow me. The irrefutable quality that a leader must encompass, keyword must, is that they have to be willing to look at themselves first. And unfortunately, that's not happening a lot in organized religion. So, as a prominent conservative political commentator, White's talking points are designed to appeal to her specific audience and fit into modern culture war narratives. There are several distinct reasons why she and similar commentators use this specific framing. Firstly, the play on words, pride as a deadly sin. The argument that pride is a deadly sin relies entirely on a deliberate linguistic conflation. We have the theological sin. In Christian theology, and I'm going to fuck some of these words up just to let you know, the deadly sin of pride, superbia, refers to hubris, extreme self-conceit, and putting oneself above God. Now, between Republicans and Democrats, who's doing that the most? When we talk about the fifth runner-up pig in charge girl, who is doing what regime has hubris, has extreme self-conceit, and is putting oneself above God? Can somebody in the comments please tell a nigga? That's what the theological sin is defined as. Now let's look at the LGBTQ definition. Right? In the context of the flag, pride was chosen as the antonym to shame. The other side of shame. Gilbert Baker and early activists used it to mean dignity, self-acceptance, and refusing to hide in the closet due to social stigma that Miss Mamas and Amir continues to push out, even though they are survivors of it. But just because you survived, it don't mean that you healed it. So we have the theological sin again, the definition of what that shit means, and then we have the LGBTQ definition. And Miss Mamas is trying to add the theological viewpoint onto the LGBT community aspect. I mean, if I just read from one fucking book, yes, my worldview would be very fucking limited. But since I educate myself and I realize that I'm not the only person living in life and living on planet Earth, and my experience is not the only experience in this world, I learn. See, that's what we're doing right now. And shout out to the 8 of y'all that have the ability to push through with the educational aspect of it. Shout out to y'all. Because y'all probably, when the onslaught happens, y'all probably gonna live a lot longer than the dumb ones. No shade. Commentators lean into the religious definition of pride to frame the entire concept as inherently sinful and unchristian, ignoring the actual historical meaning of the word in civil rights spaces. Matter of fact, no, let me let go of her wig real quick. Let's let Miss Mama continue, girl, because this is not gonna be the last time or she gonna mention this shit. So let me stop. Let me let Miss Mamas breathe. Go ahead, breathe. And I don't want to hear shit, because the same people talking about, oh, why you going in like that? Well, y'all know how y'all feel about Blaire. Y'all not finna honor Blaire for her lived reality. Y'all gonna honor Blaire as how God made her, right? And God didn't make her as a her, right? So if that's the damn case, then I according to y'all perspective, looking at the y'all lens, technically I can pull on her wig, because according to y'all, she's not really a her, right? So I don't want to hear shit in the comments. Okay, Blaire, continue.
You don't have to be a Christian or a non-Christian to understand that. It's called the pride flag, and it's a rainbow, which is like God's promise. Like, so that's just that. Just addressing the decoration behind her, not even what she said, but we can get to that now. Wow. You know, I often joke, like, one of the things I say when I react to demented people on here is like, you're going to hell for that. You might. It's one thing for you to say that God is within all of these people and we all have a connection to God we can tap into. I believe that. But to be up talking about, I don't even want to say it, God's a lesbian, quote unquote. Divinely queer. Like, what are we? It's just such a joke. And again, I haven't seen these videos yet. I've had them lined up for me, but I'm going to assume that every single person in these churches is white. I'm going to assume that every single pastor in these churches is white. And does that mean I have something against white people? No, I am white. However, this toxic pseudo empathy where we're willing to like blaspheme God type stuff, that's how much we want to be nice to gay people. It's kind of like, what are we talking about? And for us to go from like the old days where you would be in a church and gay people are getting unnecessarily bashed, because that's the other side of it, is that is where we come from historically. And even when I was really young, like I remember churches like would just spend too much time talking. Like there's so many sins and things to talk about. You would have a targeting of gay people in churches. Is society so annoying and so like simple-minded that we have to constantly go between these extremes of like, we're gonna bash gay people all the time and now we're gonna like worship them? It has to be like this praise, this huge praise and this huge worship, or this like, you know, imbalanced attacking or denigrating of them. Like, y'all know gay people are like people, right? People are neither worthy of blind condemnation or worship. Like both of those things are a huge imbalance. And the background noise of this, obviously, right, is that I am a Christian and that I am trans, and I will stand on that forever. I will stand on that as my right to be, right? But I don't want anyone ever, because I'm up here talking about, yes, I'm a Christian, yes, I'm trans, to think that this sort of thing is like my vibe or what I support. Absolutely not. This has nothing to do with making sure that gay people feel welcome to enter a church, right? That, I think, I don't have a problem with that. If you're a church who wants to make it known, everybody is welcome here, regardless of sin or regardless of our perspectives, like that is one thing. But to be up here like deifying gayness, deifying queerness, you see.
Okay, girl. I gotta pause real quick. And you know, and now that I'm looking at it, I keep reminding myself, okay, yeah, you a infant Christian girl, so it's a lot of shit that you're still learning. What that pastor or chaplain or religious person of the faith said about God is trans this, God is lesbian this, God is that, whoop de whoop de whoop. What you are missing in that awareness is that God, source, universe, consciousness is a spirit and an entity and an energy source. And that energy source is in everybody. God is in you as a white trans woman, correct? God is in Amir as a same gender loving black man, right? So if God can be in you, then how is it that God cannot be a lesbian mother of two or a trans chaplain? Because God is in them. That is what they meant. Then you talk about, well, they're putting up these pride flags. Why they're putting up the pride flags? Why they're putting up these symbols of iniquity? Why they're putting up these symbols of confusion? Why they're putting up the reason why they're putting those things up is because we live in a queerphobic ass motherfucking world, and when you see a rainbow on something, it makes you feel comfortable. It lets you know that that safe is space. I mean, that safe is space. What? To let you know that that space is safe. Whenever I see gay people, I just start smiling because it's like, okay, I feel safe. Does it mean that they're all safe? No. Of course, you still have to practice discernment. But if I'm going out somewhere with people, okay, let's take it in the realm of somebody who is feminine gay man, going out on a night on a town with the friends. That feminine gay man, most likely, unfortunately, is going to be queer bashed. Whether it's in passing, whether it's motherfuckers following them, whether it's motherfuckers looking at them or recording them, This is documented fact for a lot of people who are very feminine, flamboyant men, especially black men, and especially if they're dark-skinned men. But if this individual is trying to find a safe space to where they can let their hair down, metaphorically speaking, unless they have hair, shit, I don't know. But to just be able to not have a guard up all the time and know they're in a safe space, they're going to go to a place where there's a rainbow or a pride flag on the building. It's going to make people feel good. Just like the same way that, as we're going to hear later on with cisgender women, how cisgender women feel safe when they go to a motherfucking gay club, bitch, because they know that the gay men are not going to fuck them. So how is it that the cisgender women can be in the bathroom with the gay boys and there's no graping happening, but all of a sudden, to y'all perspective, these gay boys put on wigs, now they want to be women? How is the sexuality different now? They went from being gay, same gender loving men, to lesbians in this bitch now? How did that happen? And maybe these people wouldn't have to speak this much life, wouldn't have to allow the drag queens into the church and all these, as far as the performances and all these other things that y'all in the right have seen as evil. Maybe this wouldn't have to happen as much if the church actually loved these people from the beginning, from the start. You wouldn't have any of this shit right now. Or if so, it wouldn't be in the church. But aren't y'all the ones that also say that God is in everything? Again, there's a book that I suggest that y'all read during Pride Month. If you don't want to read it, you can listen to me stumble over that shit, because I did a whole voiceover read over of the book called The Cross in the Closet by Timothy Currick. Again, I hope that I get to meet him one day, interview him one day. Dope ass individual as far as his spirit, and that book really touched me. But Timothy Currick spoke about in his book how he was invited to I don't know if it was a gay club or if it was like a church event. I don't know, but there was a drag queen on stage and they started singing worship songs. And for some people, when we talk about those safe spaces, those people now have a space to be able to worship God without having to hear everybody else's ignorant ass voice. Now they can finally tune in to God. Now that they're in a safer space to worship him in spirit and truth, instead of being a fake bitch and worshiping him in spirit and deception. As if though he can't see the difference, according to y'all. How they were worshiping inside that club and there were people touched by the spirit. Hell, I remember one time, me and my friend at the time would go to this club called the Woodward before it got burnt down. I'm so mad. It was a black, gay, ratchet ass club, girl. But just like how Jesus hung with the motherfucking rejects and all these other motherfuckers, girl, it's always been the same for me, girl. If you a good person, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? But I remember one time we went during the weekday, that, you know, on a day that it wasn't that popular or wasn't that crowded, but they had drag performances. And one drag queen came out and performed a gospel song. And baby, you can't tell me that the spirit was not in there. See, y'all don't gatekeep God. God, love, acceptance, all that is for all of us as human beings. And if y'all weren't so damn queerphobic and just ignorant as the hell, then you wouldn't have all these issues. The reason why all this stuff is growing in y'all eyes in a fearful way is because unconsciously y'all give it energy. And all I'm doing is asking y'all to prove to me where the fuck all this horrible shit at mass, at large. Are there going to be a few bad apples? Yes. Can they spoil the bunch if we don't get those motherfuckers together, girl? But the whole bunch ain't fucking spoiled. Maybe if ICE wasn't out here kidnapping motherfuckers, we would have some people to be able to make sure that we get some good fruit. But now I guess white people can finally work and show us what it's like to work. So I hope y'all ready to pick oranges and cucumbers and all type of vegetables and fruits out in that bitch, girl. I hope so, girl. Maybe the mixed ones will make it, but some of y'all that's pure white, girl, I'm gonna pray for y'all, girl, because it's gonna be some vampire shit that's gonna be happening. Let me stop. Let's continue because I have a few more PowerPoint slides, but I want to make sure we get more into Blaire's perspective. Go ahead, Miss Blaire.
A lot of these churches driving around Los Angeles, of course. A lot of these churches with the big rainbow flags, and they're just obviously getting super, super political. And that's Los Angeles for you, right? Like that's feels a bit hopeless at times in Los Angeles. But I will say I have some hope, by the way, for Los Angeles. Spencer Pratt, I am hoping he pulls this off. I really am. He's running for mayor. The election is tomorrow in Los Angeles. And I'm definitely feeling nervous. I'm definitely feeling like, is he going to pull it off or not? And our friends over at Kalshi actually have some data on that. According to Kalshi, people think that Spencer Pratt has a 27% chance of becoming mayor. That's a bit low for my taste, but apparently Karen Bass has a 63% chance, and Nithya Raman's coming in last with a 12%. And those are a little bit of anxiety numbers for me personally. Anyways, the amazing Kalshi is the first CFTC regulated exchange dedicated to predicting the outcomes
I'm gonna
of
talk
future
while she's doing this stuff because I ain't get paid for this.
I use Kalshi every day at this point. If you want to check them out, head on to the link in my description or my pinned comment and use code Blaire when you sign up to get $20 free when you trade $20. The easiest way to support me and my work is to go sign up for Kalshi right now using my code. Thank you so much to Kalshi for sponsoring this episode of the podcast. And now on to the rest of the podcast. Here's a non-binary preacher.
I believe in the non-binary God whose pronouns are plural. I believe in Jesus Christ, their child, who wore a fabulous tunic and had 2 dads and saw everyone as a sibling child of God.
Let me compose myself for a second. So that was a custom gay prayer that this church supposed. Gay prayer. I don't even care who doesn't understand me when I say this, because if you do, then you're supposed to. If you don't, you don't. People can say I'm a hypocrite all day long because I'm trans and I'm also a Christian. That doesn't mean I support this, number one. Number two, if you don't understand this, whatever. This is also part of why, despite being a Christian, I don't really go to church like that. This and a lot of other reasons. But like, we're just in this like super political time, and like, I think I would lose my mind over the sheer disrespect of sitting in a church and have it be politicized in any direction. Because make no mistake, this is just about her white guilt. This is just about her, you know, her suicidal empathy, which comes from her political ideology. This is her allowing politics, which is the only thing that could make a white woman who is not gay or not trans call herself non-binary, which is what this is, right? It's all political. So I just feel like I don't want to end up at any church that does that. And I am just so much more cool, calm, and collected on my solo journey of understanding God in the Bible and my relationship with God. This is so ew. I don't know how you didn't catch fire right there. Oh. How you weren't cast aflame. Oh. Don't get it twisted. I will stand on God loving gay people just like he loves everyone else to the end of the earth. I will never compromise on that, because that is 100% the truth. And you know the truth when it's spoken. I'm sorry. You listen to this and it just is just bull. But when you hear someone just simply say, God loves all people, including gay people, that just is true. And it rings true and it feels true because it is true. 360 truth. But God also loves witches. So are we going to be doing seances in the church too? He loves strippers, it's not a strip club. He loves gays, it's not a nightclub. He loves witches. We damn sure ain't doing no seances up in here. I just feel like white
I gotta pause, girl. Girl, y'all don't. God loves witches, but y'all don't do any seances in there. What do you think a prayer is, Miss Mamas? What do you think worship service is, Miss Mamas? What do you think the book of Psalms, or somebody ignorant ass granddaddy, the book of Psalms, what do you think that book consists of? That book is a supernatural book, Miss Mamas. And trust me, there are plenty of pastors, reverends, deacons, all that stuff that frequent spiritual stores all the time, whether it's in person, whether they have somebody else get it for them, or whether they have it shipped to the house. They have all different type of oils and stuff. Like, girl, what do you literally think communion is? In communion, you are, even though it's metaphorically, in that book, girl, eating the body and drinking the crimson fluid of Jesus. If that doesn't sound like some vampiric shit to you, if that does not sound like some a la carte Castlevania shit to you, if that does not sound like some Hell's Paradise motherfucking Jujutsu Kaisen ass shit to me, and baby, y'all literally come together in worship to invoke a spirit, an atmosphere, a frequency. That is magic within itself, Miss Mamas. But again, I have to remind myself, you are an infant in Christ. Like you said, you on your solo dolo journey trying to figure it the fuck out. Now let's go back to what was said. God is non-binary and and Jesus had two dads and all this stuff. Well, technically, God is a spirit, so it technically is non-binary. It doesn't have a physical body to be male or female. It's a fucking energy source. So technically, they're right in that. Matter of fact, let's go back to what was said, actually. Hold on.
Sign up to get $20 free. The easiest way. This episode of the podcast.
Okay, good.
Here's a non-binary preacher.
I believe in the non-binary God.
God is non-binary. God, even though organized religion calls it a he, God has no gender. It's a spirit.
Whose pronouns are plural.
Pronouns are plural, girl. If I ain't got human shit on me, girl, I am all things, girl. It's plural. It's the alpha and omega, the beginning and the end and everything in between. So if that's the case, I am plural. It's omnipresent. It's omnipotent. It's all these things. It's everywhere, all at once, at one time. Girl, that's plural. Let's continue.
I believe in Jesus Christ, their child, who wore a fabulous tunic and had two dads.
Well, Joseph was technically Jesus' earthly daddy, even though the spirit came through and deflowered the virgin. So technically he has two dads, and look at what the hell happened to him, motherfucking Simba. He had two motherfucking same sex as temporary parents, girl, and he turned out all right. He wasn't throwing ass in the circle and around this girl, talking about he wasn't trying to fuck Scar. DL looking ass, no. He wanted that Nala Yala. Okay, and had two dads. Let's continue.
And saw everyone as a sibling child of God.
And saw everyone as a sibling and a child of God. Christ saw everybody as a child of God, or how I view it, a child of love. I mean, God loves you, right? Even though, Blaire, you're not gonna walk in the societal expectation that was placed upon you before you were a twinkle in your father's eye. And you're still working out your own soul salvation in a world that not only just tells people like me and other queer people, but also affirms to you at large that, Miss Mama, just because you helping us, girl, let's not forget, you're still the help. We love when people come in and cook and clean and wash everything, but we ain't got to respect you. So I don't know if this is your way of like projecting, if it's like the light-skinned slave projecting onto the dark-skinned slave, even though both of y'all are still slaves, just different levels and tiers and experiences, but still the objective reality is still the damn same. Catholics really sit up here and eat bread and wine that is the symbolic of someone's flesh. Yep. The prayer isn't even bad at all. It expresses inclusion. What's wrong with that? Because she has to do the work of the oppressor. The oppressor has bigger fish to fry. You handle these small fries. And that's exactly what Blaire and Amir do. Like, Amir about to be at 1 million subscribers soon. In Trump's America. And it'd be moments where both of them be gagged by the same people, just like the ex-gay people. They sat up here and thought that as long as I don't have sex anymore, then I'm gonna be okay. But no, that's not just that, baby. They still want you to have sex. They just want you to be able to have sex with the opposite sex so you can bring more human beings in. Which means that in order for you to get a woman, that mannerism gotta go. That high-ass voice and that lisp when you talk, girl, you gotta bring that shit down and talk like a man. Like, you're gonna have to transform, and now you got the ex-gays talking about, hold on, wait a minute. I just came to dance for y'all, and that's it. Now y'all want to be like Junior on me in the church, girl? Like, look at what's happening. Look at Donnie McClurkin. Look at Donnie McClurkin, who has not manifested his damn wife that these people said that he was going to get if he was to give his life to Christ, because he knew he was living a lie, but performance is better. So what Blaire is doing is putting on a performance, girl. And maybe in the deep, dark recesses of her mind, in the dark where she'll never tell us, girl, maybe she still struggles with the fact that she is trans and Christian. Since we're making assumptions, you can make assumptions about these people, but none can be made about you. Let me see what else she got. We got more, because I think okay, we have this other one. Good, okay. Because I have a little bit more of a slideshow for Miss Mamas. So,
of being nice to gay people, of letting them know that they are worthy of God's love, just like everybody else that has to do with this.
Drag is holy. Ugh. There has been an assault on the rights of drag performers in this country, and we must call out the hypocrisy and the injustice. Jesus called himself a mother hen longing to gather up her chicks.
I can't.
Gender is a construct, you see.
I really cannot. It's really spiritual warfare out here. It's real. It's real. There's been an assault on the rights of drag performers in this country. The right to what exactly? Because the only legislation that's come out in regards to drag in recent years is legislation trying to keep it to over 18 and plus venues to classify it as what it is, which is an adult performance. So that is an assault on their rights in your demented peewee brain, so much so that you're willing to blaspheme Jesus in order to get that point across, because again, politics is actually your God. See, this is the thing. This is very atheist coded to me. And I know I have a lot of atheists, I'm sure, that are watching. So just don't take it personally. A lot of atheists will end up worshiping something else. A lot of people who don't have God end up worshiping politics, worshiping politicians, worshiping worldviews. You know what I mean? You're going to worship something at the end of the day. Something's going to be on the highest pedestal for you. And so you can see what happens when it's politics. You start saying stuff like this out the side of your mouth, looking crazy and disrespecting Jesus. Like, it sounds so crazy to even say. And disrespecting, like, really?
Yeah, I'm going to save my slideshows toward the end because they're going to kind of clock her, baby. Her wig might be a little askew afterwards. Now, look at this. Because, again, we're talking about drag queens. They just mentioned in the previous slide about how there is an attack on drag queens because her side doesn't know the difference between a drag queen and a trans person. So, basically, they would know the difference between a drag queen and Miss Mama's on the screen. Because, again, your side thinks that you are just like them, despite you getting what you need to get done to show up in the desired way that you want to, which also seems to be in the construct of a woman. Interesting, but let's continue.
I don't know what the world is anymore. You got a pastor whose drag name is Sister Rich Bitch Claire. That is so like, I'm never one of those people who's like, we're in the end times, but I can see why they get to that conclusion. I could see why that comes up, right? You can see how, this can't go on much longer because it really kind of can't. It really kind of can't. I'm sorry. I find that disgusting. I only have cruel things to say about this person. I have to be so real. I don't even have really much insightful things to say other than this is a gross person. This is a garbage person. A trash person.
Wow. Remember that pride we was talking about? That elite girl. What did it say, bitch? That hubris, that extreme self-conceit, and put it. Girl, remember that pride shit we talked about, girl? Instead of her allowing God to do God's job, she gonna do God's job. Oh, that's disgusting. I have nothing but horrible things to say to this about this person. Oh my God, they offend me. And let God do all that. That's God's job to judge, right? You just worry about your life and how your feet not gonna hit the fire as a trans woman. Because again, I'm still confused on how somehow you was able to get the motherfucking Willy Wonka golden ticket to where you get to be exempt for some stuff. I'm still trying to figure that out.
Period.
Jesus is woke. Did you know that the Greek phrase that is translated as "he is risen" means to get up, or literally to wake up? Which means that it is an accurate translation to say that Jesus is woke.
This is either the dumbest man I've ever seen speak, or a really smart man who sees every person in that room as dumb as hell and knows he's playing them and like specifically, intentionally corrupting their religion to their faces because they're so stupid and politics have melted their brains.
Not you talking about the Christian faith that are Republicans that did the same thing by voting Trump, who said that he wouldn't even know if he would go to heaven or most likely go to hell, girl, because he know he did some horrible shit in his damn life. And he said he's not a Christian, but he represents y'all. Y'all are the Christians that are supposed to be on the front lines for God to show that Jesus and God is love. That's y'all tagline, right? But when they finally come to the fold, we see how motherfuckers really feel. Because look at how you're looking at these people. These people that you're demonizing are more inclusive than you, and they're more Christ consciousness than you are, because you would be the individual that would choose Barabbas over Jesus. Oh, y'all did by putting Trump up there. God damn. Ain't it funny how the book remixes itself in the present moment? Because once we're done with her commentary, I'm going to bring up the rest of that, and we're going to get back into a little bit of the characteristics of Christ and the parallels from back then to now. And then y'all let me know, based on the actions, fuck your words, fuck what you saying, what you identify as, based on the actions, who is operating more in Christ's energy? Is it Blaire or is it somebody else?
All these old white liberal boomers, right? Like, I don't know. He's either the stupidest person because that reach... That was like a biblical level reach. I mean, my God.
Oh, wow.
Literally, my God, please. I'm not trying to sit here and point and say that this is like all churches, because I would hope. You know, I haven't really church hopped because I've been, again, very comfortable doing it solo for as long as I have. But So
Lily Tino is comfortable being by herself as the clockable trans woman, but you are comfortable worshiping God by yourself instead of a community of people who say they love you and they want you and that Jesus is love, right? And now your ass is alone. So damn, on both sides of the spectrum, whether you're a brick or a diamond, you're still alone. Fuck. Jesus.
I am hoping this is like a really, really fringe minority. The fact that there's so many clips online, I have to, assume it's probably not. The fact that you drive by so many churches with rainbow flags, I assume it's probably not super fringe, right? And so if this is the state of churches in 2026, I feel very vindicated in my decision to not avoid going to churches if I ever come across one or hear of one and try it out, okay? But like, I'm so good off whatever this is. Whatever this like 80 IQ tops warping of religion and the Bible for the sake of politics, whatever that is, that slop that's masquerading as church, I'm so good off that. Maybe the liberals are right. Maybe these... I'm almost going to a 180 now. Maybe we should tax the churches, because what's going on? What is that? This is so libbed out that I'm almost horseshoeing to a lib, like maybe we should tax them. Because this is not even church. On a serious note, because we can get serious too. I mean, this whole video was deathly serious, to be honest. I just talk like a clown. But I just want to state this. I do not believe that being tolerant and accepting and kind to your neighbor has anything to do with warping or changing the Bible or Jesus or any of that. I cannot stand when Jesus is used for politics at all. And this goes for both sides. I cannot stand when liberals want to bring up Jesus as a reason why, especially when it comes to like, they'll be like, Jesus would support abortion, Jesus would support all trans kit. Demented. I also do not like when Republicans will go and try to justify everything they want politically with Jesus and things like that. And I think all of it is, no pun intended at all, quite literally, demonic. I feel like for you to try to box God into some sort of low level fake political system, because remember, the entire political system is fake. The entire thing is theater. So for you to try to act like God would lower himself to take a position in the theater is kind of like, what are you talking about? Genuinely, in the comments, Christians, please let me know how this even happens. Because again, I know there has to be amazing churches out there. The opposite of this has to exist. But I'm just so good off of churches for this. Like, if this is what church is in 2026, I think I made the right decision.
More than ever.
Now, before we get to Mr. Amir, let me go back to Blaire. We can do that because that's kind of where the hell we at with her. Let me bring up the PowerPoint again. And decrease myself, because we're gonna finish this, because again, she is using her perspective from a Christian narrative that is very political. Like Miss Mamas, you hate the political aspect, but yet you're doing the political aspect. And here's the thing, for all the people that claim that they want to be in the middle, bitch, girl, we need a meeting. We need a meeting in the men's room and the ladies' room, girl. We need a meeting in the unisex bathroom, bitch. Everybody come in this bitch, because we need to talk. Because again, if we're going to be middle, that means that not only are we going to check those on the other side, we also going to check ourselves too. Which is why, no shade, during Pride Month, we checking other Pride people. Despite them being, quote unquote, being outside the community, baby, you're still in here with us, whether you want to or not. You just haven't been pushed into the slaughter line yet. You're trying to stay out that mud. But she already spoke about pride. Let's continue. Then we have the second one, which is utilizing satanic panic rhetoric. Again, this is evil. This is demonic, girl. Meanwhile, supporting a motherfucking regime, girl, that is doing all type of demonic shit. And we're going to learn about that. Claiming that symbols or movements are created by devil worshippers is a long-standing political tactic. This strategy effectively dehumanizes the opponent. Excuse me. By linking a symbol to literal evil or Satanism, it removes the need to engage with the actual history, humanity, or political goals of the people using it. Also, it's used to trigger high emotions. Framing a political or social disagreement as a spiritual war between God and the devil drives high viewer engagement, outrage, and shares on social media platforms. So all Miss Blaire did was go ahead and get her a slice of the commentary right-wing grifter pie. That's all she did. No shade. Let's continue. Audience alignment and career branding, because again, this is all money. Even Amir says, I can understand from a business standpoint. Like, all these hoes are playing on this shit and getting coin off of that, and they contribute to the mess that people like myself and CTV and others are trying to help other people to see, so we can actually fix some shit. Audience alignment and career branding. Blaire White has built a highly successful career by positioning herself as one of the good ones to a primarily right-wing, socially conservative audience. Distancing tactics. To maintain acceptance and popularity within conservative circles that are often, keyword often, you hear that, Miss Mamas, often, deeply religious and skeptical of queer advocacy, she frequently denounces mainstream pride culture. Validating the audience. By echoing traditional, hyper-religious talking points, even if they are historically inaccurate, which Girl, do your own research. She validates her audience's biases against the broader queer community. This allows her viewers to claim that their anti-pride views are not anti-queer. Why? Because a trans woman agrees with them. So, in summary, in reference to her stating earlier about the pride flag and how it was created by Satanists, and we just did like a little synopsis. And again, don't just take my word for it. Educate yourself. I wish that Amir and Blaire and the rest of them would do what the hell I'm doing right now. Pull the shit up in the midst of your shit. But see, again, why would I sit up here and educate when the confusion is more profitable? Why sit up here and help motherfuckers get to a better place when I can literally just tap in and cash in on this confusion? And you don't think God watching that? Girl, if Jesus come back, a lot of you hope. Girl, I don't know why y'all talking about him judging the world. Because according to the narrative, girl, when he come back, he going to be looking at the church. He going to be looking at the house. And as much as y'all talking about Jesus going to check these other people's houses, Miss Mamas, no, he going to check y'all houses. Because remember, he's not a respecter of person, right? So, Miss Blaire, I hope that when Jesus come back, you are back to factory reset. Okay? Back to factory settings. Because if you are looking like this, when Christ come back, oh, I don't think you're going to be caught up in the air, Miss Mama. You're going to be down here with the rest of us, according to their narrative. So, in summary, Gilbert Baker's history, journal entries, and interviews completely contradict the idea that the flag has satanic origins. Political commentators like White are not teaching history. They are delivering political commentary meant to provoke outrage, drive algorithms, and signal loyalty to a specific political ideology. So everything that she is claiming that she hates, she is low-key doing. And again, if you want to be political in reference to the middle ground, I'm willing to do that. I will make my commentary middle ground commentary. And I think that's what everybody needs to do. Amir, Blaire, y'all have the viewers, y'all have the resources, y'all have the connections, y'all have the ability to be able to make shit think, make shit move and shake. Have the middle ground conversations. Y'all be the change that y'all want to see. But we're not done. In reference to talking about politics, I think Miss Blaire does not understand that Jesus, according to the narrative, was seen as a very dangerous political and social radical, Miss Mamas. Maybe you should read the book again, because like they say, every time you read the book, you learn something new. Maybe focus on the red letters this time. You might learn something. But it reads here, in first century Judea, Jesus Christ was viewed as a dangerous political and social radical. The religious and political authorities of his day ultimately executed him because his teachings actively threatened the established social hierarchy. You know, that same social hierarchy that you are still supporting and becoming a trans shield for, Miss Blaire. Going back to the last video where it talked about Jesus being woke. Jesus, because I wanted to make sure, was Jesus woke? Was he woke? Like, can we get some characteristics and some parallels? AI? Because obviously Pastor ain't going to tell us the truth. Because AI is AI. It has access to unlimited amounts of information, not just one book. So we're asking something that's more objective. Okay? It says the modern term woke, which originally emerged from Black American English to mean being alert to racial prejudice and social injustice. Bitch, do you see how when Black people start shit or oppressed groups of people start grassroots movement shit, then you have people that come in and fuck it up? Because again, I didn't vote for Miss Mamas to be on that Bud Light thing. Black people don't even drink Bud Light. We drink Corona. We drink damn Modelo. We might drink Miller Lite or some shit. We might drink something like that. Bud Light, I don't know. Maybe Amir would. Ain't none of us over here voted for the damn trans woman to sit up here and steal millions of dollars or do this trademark shit. And no shade, even in the Black community, girl. Some people are saying that Miss Morgan is a criminal, is a corporate criminal, corporate cannibal, digital criminal, civilized criminal. But that's just very interesting. It's often applied to Jesus today because his ministry focused heavily on upsetting systemic oppression, challenging corrupt authority, and elevating marginalized groups. Everything that the Republican Party at large is failing to do. They are majoring in what Christ minored in, and they are minoring in what Christ majored in. Here are the most radical actions Jesus took alongside their direct parallels to modern social and political dynamics. Make sure y'all hit that like button, and again, you can hit me in at Cash App, $ Conscious TV. Just put in the notes that it's for BubzDaGawd, or you can send it to me on PayPal, paypal.me/BubzDaGawd, okay? I'm giving y'all content and education. Miss Mama's got a whole motherfucking a sponsor, and all she gotta do is just regurgitate some damn shit. But here I am educating, taking time out of my life, girl. My ass busy, my ass trying to get some sleep. I've got all type of shit happening to me, girl. You can sit up here and bless the leprechaun with something, Zam with something. First, challenging religious and political elites. Challenging religious and political elites. Jesus routinely broke religious laws to prioritize human well-being, openly calling out the hypocrisy of the ruling class. So here it is, even Jesus broke religious laws. When he, because I don't want to say that one because that one is actually mentioned in the thing. But I mean, hell, on the Sabbath, what was Jesus doing? Was he resting? Was he not outside arguing with the Pharisees and Sadducees outside of temples, what will be known as churches today? Because that man said he don't dwell in temples made by man. So maybe Blaire is right in that regard of staying the fuck up out the building. I mean, hell, he affirmed and advocated, it was an advocate for the poor, those without, and arguing with those that have the access and the overwhelming amount of resources, like fat ass dragons or pigs in some cases, hoarding all of the wealth, girl. Yeah, he was arguing with them. Again, Miss Mamas, the side that you lean to, which is the right. Let's talk about that radical act, okay? He publicly called the religious leaders whitewashed tombs. I just found that very interesting. Whitewashed? Oh, Lord. And vipers, because they used strict religious laws to burden the poor while enriching themselves. Girl, what the fuck? If this is not this regime at the moment. In his most famous act of physical defiance, the cleansing of the temple, the ones that a bunch of fupa niggas turned around and used it for flipping tables when they should be flipping those hibachi tables instead, girl. He flipped tables and drove out money changers who were financially exploiting poor worshipers. So basically, Jesus would be in a lot of y'all mega churches cussing them the fuck out, calling them all type of vipers and shit. Because how you dare tell people who come to this great cathedral and give the last of their money while their children go hungry, they can't pay their bills, they lights finna cut the fuck off, and then you fear and guilt trip them by saying, if you don't give your last, God gonna put a curse on you. Your whole bloodline is destroyed. Are you kidding me? Look at what organized religion is doing. Now let's look at the modern parallel, shall we? This directly mirrors modern anti-establishment protest and activism targeting systemic corruption. It parallels grassroots movements that challenge powerful corporations, predatory financial institutions, or politicians who use law and order as a weapon against vulnerable populations. You can't make this shit up. Let's continue. Secondly, elevating marginalized and outcast groups. First century society had a rigid caste system. Jesus systemically broke social taboos by associating with the most hated people in society. So again, the hogs and the Chinese and the whores and the prostitutes and the strippers and the them theys and all these other people that society would exile, girl, Jesus was with them. And y'all call yourself Christian, girl. Are y'all with them? Are you with us? Are you with them? Are you with us? Are you with them? Are you with them? Are you with us? Hello, hello, hello. Let's talk about the radical act. He dined with tax collectors, seen as traitors and extortionists. So he did hang out with some Republicans, shout out to them, and prostitutes. He also healed lepers, who were legally forced to live in isolation as unclean. And see, by touching and embracing them, Jesus literally rejected the concept of human disposal, which is why even while his life force was leaving his body, according to the narrative, on the cross, because again, that was a torture device, and he wasn't the only one on the cross. There were 2 other people by him, and still in the midst of not trying to pass the fuck out, in the midst of trying to do some metaphysical shit to be in the world but not of the world, girl, but got to be in the world to talk to these motherfuckers, girl, that even though my ass is dying, girl, even though it might be any minute now, I'm still gonna preach love on you. I'm still not gonna condemn you like everybody fucking else. And how many of you people that call yourselves Christians can do that? You can't even give grace to a fucking drag queen, Miss Blaire, but you expect Christians to give you grace as a trans woman? Let's look at the modern parallel. This is the equivalent of modern mutual aid networks, prison reform advocacy, shout out to Dominic Morgan, and harm reduction initiatives. It parallels activists who work directly with unhoused populations, undocumented immigrants, and incarcerated individuals, people who mainstream society, i.e. Amir and Blaire and those who think like them, often ignore or criminalize it. So again, instead of, do you notice all these motherfucking people, Blaire and Amir, are people who have never really been to Pride, who have never really sat down and really talked to these people, or are afraid to do so unless it involves a check or it benefits their channel. Like, they're not really doing any of the human things. And especially for Miss Blaire to call herself a Christian and instead that she's following Christ. And I'm just going to again chuck it up to the fact that her ass is an infant goo goo gaga ass Christian or whatever, a new one. I'm going to chalk it up to that. But Miss Mamas, if you're still trying to learn as a person who survived organized religion but also was aware and have educated myself and is still educating myself, Miss Mamas, if you're really trying to be on your Christian shit, maybe you should say, you know what? Since I am the Blaire White and I'm white and I'm hot. Let me come on camera real quick. I'm white and I'm hot, girl. I have the resources. I have the connections. I have the economic ability to. I'm connected with other homosexuals in the Republican Party because, as you said on y'all sit down, the Republican Party is really homosexual, especially where the cash money at. So, yeah, maybe I'm about to throw some more shade, girl. But anyway, you know these people. So why not say, okay, for these churches in these videos, and if I'm trying to be in the middle ground, but also still trying to get what I want, because I can understand, no shade, Blaire White from a creator standpoint, no shade, she is putting in time, effort, and energy that she would never get back. And yes, no shade. When you give, you have to receive. That's how the universe works. And if you want to give so that you can receive as well, baby, because I have to give in order to receive, baby, you can hit that Cash App, $Conscious TV, put in the note, it's for Bubs, or send directly to me, paypal.me/BubzDaGawd, girl. I'm off of edible, girl, but if you want to see Bubs smoking on his trade shit, girl, you can send a little motherfucking 30-40, girl, and say, Bubs, go get you a little 3.5, boom. So sexy lummy leprechaun girl could be on screen smoking his shit, girl. You can do it. But since she has the resources, she can say, hey, talk to her team, her media team, because I gotta believe she has a media team. Hey, can you guys reach out to those churches and those places and let's do some documentary ass shit. Let's do some long form content ass shit. Let's really see if this is what's really going on. And let's go to these places. Let's set up a meeting or whatever. Can we come to you guys' your guys' worship service? We're not going to disrupt it. We're just going to hit a record and to try to be in the place and try to understand it. And then afterwards, can we have a conversation about this? Because there are people that have certain perspectives about how you worship. And we want to know why you worship that way. Even though there's a song that's saying that my worship is for real, bitch. You don't know my story. You don't know the things that I've been through. You don't know my pain, what I had to go through to get here. You will never understand my praise. So don't try to figure it out because my worship is for real, as the song goes. But you could literally do that. And instead of talking out the side of your fucking neck, Miss White, in reference to, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, you could actually do what Christ did and put yourself in the middle of it and see for yourself. But no shade, they say many are called and few are chosen. As we see, baby, you have not been chosen yet. let's continue with the commentary. Okay, let's move on to the next one. 3. De-escalating violence and challenging, I'm probably gonna mess this word up, carousel justice. Girl, that word. The challenging justice, girl. The legal system of Jesus' day relied heavily on retributive justice and public executions for moral failings. So again, they was really the unalived people and publicly flogged. The shit they did in slavery, girl. We are going to traumatize y'all. We are going to bathe y'all in fear, girl. And not only are we going to say our words, we're going to come in and we're going to force y'all to watch this person deal with punishment as a warning to the rest of you that may think this way. And Christian people have been doing that, girl. Again, Miss Mamas, if you want to learn more about your religion, even though you still trying to figure out what your shit is about with Christ, if you want to learn about the actual history of the religion that you're a part of, Miss Mamas, you might want to look at the dark ages of the church. It's there whether you want it to be or not. The damn witch, quote unquote, witch burnings. It's there whether you want it to be or not. That's history. I don't want to deal with this racist shit, but it's here. So let's go in with the radical act, okay? When a crowd caught a woman in adultery and prepared to stone her to death under religious law, Jesus did what? He intervened. He didn't say, no, bro, that stone a little too small. Here go this damn boulder. Smash her shit in. Smash it in. So she don't get up. If she a damn zombie girl, she'll be gone because the brain stem is destroyed. The whole brain is gone. No, he intervened. He then challenged the crowd, saying, let any one of you who is without sin be the first to throw the stone, bitch. Go ahead, throw it. Now, I feel like in today's world, they would throw it at his ass. Because they already said that if Jesus came to America illegally, that even the savior of the world got to follow protocols, girl. What? And he's the savior of the world? The crowd ended up dispersing, and Jesus refused to condemn her in the way that it was by law supposed to happen. So there it is. He's already breaking another law by saving the adulterer's life when the adulterer, according to the religious law, was supposed to be disposed of. Here's the modern parallel. This acts as a historical blueprint for restorative justice, prison abolition, and the opposition to the death penalty. It challenges the modern cancel culture phenomenon on both the political left and right, as well as the systemic biases of the modern, that word, state. Then we have radical gender equality. Again, baby, I like education. If you're going to vibe with BubzDaGawd, girl, you're going to have to raise your mental shit, girl, because it's about to get real medieval in this mug. It's a lot of backpedaling and ussy popping that's happening right now. So you might want to educate yourself. And again, if you can't watch me in one long ass dose, that's fine. Hey, Bubs, I'm be out, girl. I'm going to remember the timestamp and I'm going to watch your shit throughout the week. I don't give a damn how you do it. Just watch it. Because I'm out here publicly saying things. So if I'm saying anything wrong, you are obligated to correct me. Especially if we're having a middle ground conversation. Because that's where I'm at. Fuck the left, fuck the right, girl. It's the middle where it's at. And I think we need to be more aware and pour into that, because both sides of the fence have failed us. Because the middle part should be about we the people, not the corporation on both sides. But anyway, women in first century Jewish and Roman societies were treated essentially as property, barred from religious study, and legally prohibited from serving as witnesses in court. So let's look at the radical act that Jesus did according to the narrative. Jesus included women as his primary financial supporters and disciples. He famously defended Mary of Bethany's right to sit at his feet and study scripture, a privilege strictly reserved for men. Furthermore, according to the Gospels, he chose women to be the very first witnesses and heralds of his resurrection, despite knowing society deemed a woman's testimony legally worthless. You got motherfuckers now that telling women to shut the fuck up and cook and clean and wash everything and bend that ass over and don't say shit to me. Meanwhile, Christ had women around him according to the narrative, according to the book, right? The book. The Bible, according to that, girl, he had people, or he had women around him in positions, in places, in spaces that other men would be like, oh no, Jesus got to be a fad, girl, because why he doing this LGBT shit, man? You're not a real man. You're not a real man. You're not a real man. You got this bitch sitting at your feet. The only way she should be sitting at your feet is that she ready to bless the goddamn mic of Jesus. No, he had those people around him. He had, again, the rejects and those that society at large deemed to be different. He was with the different people, hence the diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, the modern parallel. This directly aligns with feminist movements, equal pay advocacy, and reproductive and social autonomy rights for women, tearing down patriarchal structures that limit women's leadership. So women can't lead outside the house, but yet you wouldn't know what to wear without your wife helping you find clothes. You would still have dookie streaks in your drawers if it wasn't for your wife. Hell, these women are in many different positions to just fuck your life up. You talking about power. She's the one cooking the meal. She can make a very special plate for your ass and tell everyone, don't eat the big piece of chicken. That's for your dad. He's going to really love this. Have y'all ever seen the movie called The Burning Bed with Farrah Fawcett? Where Farrah Fawcett was getting her ass beat, and one night she just said, fuck it, girl, and decided to send that nigga to hell from the physical to the spiritual, girl. The radical transition, no pun intended, by pouring gasoline on his ass and setting his ass on fire. And do you know that after that movie came out, how many house fires there were that started in the bedroom? And on top of that, in the words of Dr. Sebi, you know, the one person that can heal a lot of the illnesses that a lot of y'all struggle with, stated that if he's going to follow anybody, he's going to follow a woman because, one, we come from females. It's called Mother Nature. In a lot of nature, the female species is always doing more than the male species. Yes, men, males, however you want to look at it, girl, because again, it's descriptive. Males have the life to be able to have a life in them, and according to some people, a female is dead until a male puts its life into the female. Yeah, but without the female to nurture that seed, flower this ground for me. That's what the power is. And it's more of a symbiotic relationship because all the male has to do is just that's all he got to do, girl. It's the female for 9 months. Got to wake up, deal with pains, back hurting, got to throw up and shit. It's a symbiotic relationship. And you telling her that she don't have autonomy over her body when all you had to do was bust a nut, my nigga? Like, are you fucking kidding me? And we're talking about pride and self-centeredness and being conceited, girl. Doesn't that sound like the actual definition of that? And again, Blaire, you're a baby Christian. Here's some information for you. Since you're growing on your own stuff outside the church, girl. Welcome to online shit, okay? Then we have dismantling xenophobia and nationalism, okay? Jews and Samaritans of the first century shared a deep-seated, centuries-old ethnic and religious hatred. The radical act. Jesus intentionally traveled through Samaria and engaged a Samaritan woman in a lengthy public theological debate. Not a man, but a woman. Later, when asked how to inherit eternal life, he told the parable of the Good Samaritan. In the story, in a nutshell, the religious elites ignore a dying man, while the hated foreigner is the only one who shows true godly love. So here it is, this man going into a foreign place and is showing love when the people of that fucking place, supposed to be one band, one sound, whatever the rest of that shit is, girl, are hating on other people. Interesting. The modern parallel. This is a direct parallel to anti-racism work, refugee advocacy, and international solidarity. It directly challenges modern white Christian nationalism, anti-immigrant rhetoric, and the political weaponization of the borders. So, to end the Blaire White segment of this live, was Jesus woke? Because again, that's the word that is demonized, especially on the right. Was Jesus woke? If woke means having a sharp awareness of social inequalities and actively working to dismantle them on behalf of the oppressed, then yes, Jesus' earthly ministry fits the definition perfectly. Now, however, theologians often noted that Jesus' radicalism, listen to this, went a step further than modern political ideology. So if all this woke shit that Miss Blaire and all the other Christians just can't get with, oh, you definitely ain't gonna get with Jesus' shit. If you can't handle the Abbott Elementary version, if you can't handle the preschool version, if you can't handle the middle school version of woke by way of these churches actually affirming people like Christ, you would not be able to even survive the shit that Christ really did. While modern politics focuses on winning institutional power, right? Jesus advocated for a total transformation of the human heart, teaching that true power is found in voluntary poverty, humility, and radical self-sacrificing love for one's enemy. Now, while the Gospels do not show Jesus explicitly using modern terms like queer or transgender, because I want to speak like, well, what does that leave queer Christians, LGBTQ plus Christians, including Blaire? So this part hopefully is a little affirmative, because again, I don't just talk about shit, I try to offer solutions as well to the best of my ability. I don't know everything, but damn it, I'm doing what I can. Now, while the Gospels do not show Jesus explicitly using modern terms like queer or transgender, excuse me, his radical actions heavily challenged the strict gender, sexual, and family norms of first century Roman and Jewish society. See, this is what Amir. This is what Blaire should have been doing on her channel. You can drop this video, giving your commentary and baiting the motherfuckers in as far as we about to pick on these motherfucking liberal ass people. But then you're supposed to also do a 180, girl, and be able to break it down like this for your audience as well, because you're looking for the middle ground people, right? So everybody that's watching you is not middle ground. So if that's your goal, Miss Mama, you're missing this part. So through the lens of queer theology, Jesus' teachings and actions proved powerful parallels to the experiences of modern queer individuals. His ministry consistently subverted the gender binaries, biological imperatives, and social exclusions of his era. Firstly, and shout out to CTV, because CTV said that this was the scripture that literally changed his mind, and why I call myself Bubs the Eunuch. Shout out to JT for that one. Elevating the eunuchs, the historic gender non-confirming class. In antiquity, the term eunuch was a catch-all category for individuals who did not fit the traditional male binary. Excuse me. It included castrated men, people born with intersex traits, and men who simply showed no sexual interest in women. Okay? They were heavily stigmatized, banned from entering religious temples, Deuteronomy 23:1, and viewed as a threat to the family structure, which is why you have a certain politician talking about how the nuclear family is under attack. When again, we're talking about how Christ, your Lord and Savior, operated, girl. And maybe if y'all were to act in the way that he operated, then maybe y'all would have the frequency to bring his ass back, instead of trying to get the orange piggy to do it in the most demonic way. The radical act. In Matthew 19:12, Jesus actively defended eunuchs He stated, quote, "For there are eunuchs who were born that way, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are those who choose to live like eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. Instead of viewing them as broken or cursed, Jesus explicitly validated their existence and stated they held a dignified place in God's kingdom." So back to that one pastor who talked about being righteously queer, girl, you have this scripture that explicitly states that. Modern parallel. This is the closest biblical parallel to transgender, non-binary, and asexual affirmation. Jesus took a group of people despised for their non-normative gender identity and autonomy, completely stripped away their religious shame, and elevated them as spiritual models. Now later in Acts 8, his disciples continued this radical inclusion by baptizing an Ethiopian eunuch without demanding that they change their gender expression or body. Secondly, dismantling the nuclear family, because again, that's what we hear all the time. Oh, them gay. If everybody become gay, then how's children gonna be able to come into the world? If everybody, what's gonna happen? They're not gonna populate. Oh, we need a nuclear family. Well, if it's 2 men, 2 women, they're gonna push it on the child, and then pretty soon the children ain't gonna want to procreate, and that's what's happening right now, because ain't nobody having kids. So the gay agenda must be real, girl. Dismantling the nuclear family mandate. First century society strictly mandated that a person's entire worth, survival, and societal duty, girl, revolved around heterosexual marriage and producing biological heirs. What is this current regime about? How is your value and your worth, especially as a Christian? How does that work? Didn't we not do lives months ago? I was about to say Nick Odom with Nick Jones, also bald head ass girl, Christian black bald head ass girl, talking about that your purpose with your body, the only purpose that your body, your physical body serves in the realm of Christianity, in the realm of God, girl, is through procreation. So it's funny that in first century society, they're trying to remix that shit into 2026. Okay, but here's the radical act that Jesus did. What's going on, T for T? What's going on, pimpin'? What's going on? Make sure y'all subscribe to T for T. It's supposed to be a live stream happening. I don't know if it's going to be 6 in the morning. If it is, girl, if I'm still up, maybe. But no shade. That's a little early. No shade. But the radical act. Jesus completely decentered the traditional nuclear family. He never, and this is in the book. We're not talking about the lost books of the Bible, because, baby, y'all not ready for that. That book that y'all got is not even the complete book, baby. It's the controlled book. Like the slave Bible is just the more elevated slave Bible, girl. But according to the book, right, Jesus never married, right? Lived in a tight-knit communal structure with other men and women, right? And openly stated that biological ties mean nothing compared to spiritual bonds, correct? So in Matthew 10:37, he told his followers that choosing his radical path would cause division within their biological families. So basically walking in your truth in a society that's been conditioned to believe and think a particular way, girl, for you to just naturally be yourself, which in this system goes against the fray, girl, you're going to lose people. Just like Blaire and Amir lost people. Just like how I lost people. Just like how so many countless others have lost people. But let's go to the modern parallel, right? This directly mirrors the queer concept of chosen family. Or as I call it and others, your soul tribe. Like, it's not going to always be your blood family that's going to be your family. Now, no shade, in my context, I'm grateful and thankful and blessed to be able to have a mother and a father and a sister who love and affirm me unconditionally and actually mean that shit. No shade. But for so many others, especially queer people, they don't have that connection because of organized religion, because of fear, because of ignorance. And there are so many people who succumb to that fear and ignorance. And for those of us who survived Shout out to us that survived, including Blaire, including Amir, including myself, including anybody else who went through their self-deletion attempts, because I had 2 in my life. But now that we're here, now we have people who are going to love us in spite and despite who we are, to see the real us. Didn't Marvin Sapp that he said that he saw the best in me when everyone else around could only see the worst in me? Can I tell y'all one more time? One more time. He saw the J Moss loved me through my good, loved me through my bad. Love me through my good. I had to go through the song girl to get to the lyrics. Love me through my bad. You didn't erase my future because of my past. You love me through my good and my bad. Help me say you love me through my good and my bad. Girl, that was flat. But anyway, he loved me through the flatness. So again, there are spiritual bonds that are going to be more important than the physical one. Didn't Christ sit up here and say, Jesus, your mama at the door. You gotta tell my mama to wait. I'm doing love work. She gonna have to wait. She gonna have to hold her horses. Now, how many black people gonna tell their black mama to hold their horses? Girl, are you really Christian? Are you really Christian, girl? You gonna tell your mama no? Are you really Christian, girl? But let's see. Yes, concept of chosen family. Because so many queer and trans individuals face rejection from their biological parents and relatives, they form deep, protective communal structures with friends, okay? Jesus modeled this exact behavior, explicitly prioritizing chosen communal love over biological duty. Because again, y'all care so much about the children coming into the world and leaving the world, but y'all say fuck them while they're in the world. I'm gonna need for y'all to make that make sense. Okay, then we have subverting rigid gender roles, girl. I know some of y'all hate education, girl, but shout out to the educators. No shade. Roman and Jewish cultures enforced intense patriarchal gender roles. Men were expected to display aggressive masculinity, physical dominance, and political authority, which is why you see all these people that when it comes to queer shit, they just got to put their hands on them. And because they can't put them hands on them in a sexual way, because what people are going to say, they'd rather do it in a violent way. It's still homoerotic and it's weird as fuck. Okay, here's the radical act. Jesus modeled a form of leadership that flipped traditional masculinity on its head. He wept openly, which men would be demonized for doing that today. Focused heavily on gentleness, which a lot of men would demonize today. And performed tasks reserved strictly for the lowest household servants or women, such as washing his disciples' dirty ass feet, girl. And a lot of men today will have a problem with that. See how Jesus operated compared to what these niggas want him to be? Modern parallel. This acts as a historical blueprint. This acts, okay, as a historical blueprint for queering gender performance. Jesus refused to conform to the toxic, aggressive, masculine expectations of the Roman Empire, proving that true strength and divinity are found in vulnerability, emotional openness, and caretaking. See, a lot of these niggas think that as long as you big and strong, that you can do so fucking much. Let me tell you something. No shade. Shout out to you, Deshaun. If you gonna send another one, girl, send it to the PayPal. I'm tired of YouTube eating my shit up, girl. It's been months and I still ain't meet my minimum yet. But thank you so much, Deshaun. I'm gonna read it after this part. That's why I say a lot of these men, that's why they want to fight and strength and power and whooping a bitch ass and choking a bitch and hitting a bitch in the throat and all this other type of shit. Like, they think that that is the main thing that makes you strong or whatever. But if you can't think for yourself, if you ain't got no mental and emotional awareness and intelligence, there are people that are going to use your strength against you. When you come through at full force, girl, some hoes are literally going to be so gifted and aware enough that instead of trying to rush your ass, girl, they would simply just move out the way and use your own motherfucking inertia against your ass and have your ass flying into a wall. Because again, I don't give a fuck about warfare. If warfare was only just won off of strength alone, then that would be one thing. But you literally had smaller armies, girl, who was just smarter. And no shade, normally, especially in Chinese lore, Asian lore, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of the strategists, a lot of the individuals who literally, in the moment of battle, when things did not go their way, they were so emotionally, mentally, and spiritually aware, girl, that they were able to tap into what y'all call God, what y'all call information, what y'all call awareness, in such a fucking way that they literally changed the tide of the battle to work in their favor. And guess what, baby? A lot of them were eunuchs. And for you black motherfuckers, girl, they got a problem with eunuchs, girl. If it wasn't for bed rusting, girl, a lot of us will be eating in the back of a fucking restaurant. A lot of us will be on the Negro, low vibrational, low motherfucking Metro PCS version of the internet, Miss Mamas. We would not be where the fuck we are now, or be able to have an ability to rise and ascend in a way that only our ancestors could fucking dream of. So y'all might want to talk nice to some of the eunuchs, because we know some of you niggas ain't doing a damn thing to change nothing in your community for real. And if so, it's only a performative thing to be used and have all these accolades to shield you from your piss poor ass character. Deshaun says they won't even let children naturally have gay lifestyles. Let's go to BubzZz again, because he just mentioned a man with nails painted blue. Same person sexually forced his nephew with prostitutes, who also disowned his daughter. And these are the people that these individuals want to hold up, girl. And no shade, looking at it from the perspective of white America, girl, a broken clock is right twice a day, girl. Why didn't nobody George Zimmer goddamn Boosie ass, girl? Why no police officer kneeled on his goddamn neck, bitch? Because according to Boosie badass, girl, and I can find that video, he said every rapper that look up to me die. Every rapper that looks up to me dies. Every rapper that looks up to me dies. And I don't understand why y'all ain't got the police on this nigga. Why ICE is not after this nigga. This nigga who's actually an agent of chaos, girl. It's still making music to this day as an agent of chaos. And I don't see Blaire or Amir or none of the other people when they're talking to other black people. Well, my cousin was shot living in the hood by Daquan and Trey Sean's and all the little Vons, girl. Okay, well, why ain't y'all doing the videos on them to try to get the Republican Party to get their motherfucking ass, girl? Oh, because even though he a trap ass nigga, girl, that has caused the countless unalivings of so many black children, he's heterosexual, so that's okay. Because at least with heterosexual, even though it's destructive, girl, at least the black kids gon' fuck. And they gonna get pregnant at a young age, so I don't give a fuck what happens to the people that created them. If anything, it'll make more money for us. And it also strengthens our narrative about black people. And here it is, we have a new, fresh body that has been brought into this world that is going to be exploited. And the cycle continues again and again and again and again and again. Listen, these are the ones that are having those kids up brainwashed. No shade. No shade. We got a little bit more. Yeah, we got 2 more slides, y'all, and then we get into Amir Odom, baby, because I need to eat something, girl. Again, no shade. Y'all wanna send the Bubs a little something for a little bit of something. Shout out to motherfucking T for T. He did his big one, so he cool. But anybody else, girl, if you want to send, T, if you want to send a little bit more. You in Africa now, baby. You over there living grander than you was here. You had that big ass fish tank in America. I can only imagine it's gonna be a goddamn sea aquarium wall with you guys. So if you want to see a little something else, you definitely can. Not on here though. I'll find a way. But if you want to, definitely Cash App $Conscious TV. Put in the note is for BubzDaGawd, or directly to me, PayPal.me/BubzDaGawd, girl. Either works, no shade, girl. The fourth one. Healing the Roman centurion's servant. I remember this story. In the Gospel of Luke, a Roman centurion asks Jesus to heal his highly valued servant. I'm going to fuck these words up. Pius or Itamois. That's probably not right, but that's how it feels. Here's the radical act that Christ did. Many historical and queer theologians note that in the ancient Roman military context, relationships between centurions and their younger male companions often carried an affectionate, deeply intimate, or romantic nature. That probably explains why there's a lot of men that are attracted to other feminine gay men that have more, what we consider more feminine features. Very interesting. I just thought about that. Jesus did not interrogate the nature of their relationship, nor did he lecture the Roman soldier on sexual ethics. He simply marveled at the centurion's immense faith that so many other motherfuckers who are following, quote unquote, this way of being, girl, struggling, girl. He was just amazed and marveled at the immense faith and healed the companion instantly. Here's the modern parallel. This showcases unconditional love and validation without religious gatekeeping. It challenges modern religious institutions that demand that queer individuals completely change their relationship status or repress their capacity for love before they can receive grace, healing, or community acceptance. And lastly, the queer Christian perspective, because Miss Mamas, even though you're not part of the queer community as far as the culture, unfortunately, in this ignorant ass world, you're lumped in with us, girl. So let me just leave this with you before we move on to Amir. For queer and trans believers, Jesus is not a figure who enforces rigid, conservative social standards. Instead, he is viewed as a marginalized outsider. Did we not hear them people say again, if Jesus was an immigrant, he got to come through legally, girl? A marginalized outsider who was himself misunderstood, fairly accused of perverting religious laws, and was executed by an oppressive state. By centering his ministry on those who lived outside the boundaries of acceptable society, Jesus established a spiritual framework where queer and trans people are not just tolerated. They are actively invited to the head of the table. So, Miss Blaire, I'm not going to throw you away. Some of my colleagues saying, fuck you, girl. They see you in the street, girls up. For me, I'm not going to do that. I wouldn't mind trying to pick more of Blaire's brain in reference to her being trans and Christian. I feel like that would be a very interesting conversation to have. And it ain't got to be her. If there's anybody that follows her that's on the same level, girl, I want to have those conversations. I'm not afraid of those conversations. Because every day in life, I have to affirm who I am. Ain't nobody coming to save me. The only person that can save me is me. I'm with me 24/7, 365. First breath and last one. So I'm strengthening my own self-love. And shout out to Blaire affirming God for herself. But this way, Miss Mamas, is not it. In reference to this one-sided awareness. If you really care, if you're really trying to win souls, if you're really trying to remove all the excess bullshit and noise that the conservatives love to throw at queer people in reference to Jesus, and you want to be able to move them into a place and a space where they'll be able to hear the voice of God, not the voice of their queerphobic ass family members, friends, pastors, whatever the case may be, then you need to start having a 360 commentary, not just 180. And I have 360 conversations all the time. I have people around me who think differently than me. So I'm never in an echo chamber. If anything, I enjoy talking to them because it's iron sharpening iron. And I get to learn. Again, I like learning. So, Miss Mamas, if you're on the same thing and you're really trying to represent Christ and uphold Christ, you would do your best to educate yourself, because you are completely missing out on certain contexts and nuance that bring forth the bigger picture or bring clarity to the bigger picture. Let me change my music for Amir. What do I want for Amir? What do I want for Amir? What do I want for Amir? Do I have anything for Amir? I don't have nothing trapped for his ass. We're gonna do this one, girl. This one a little bit more serious because, girl, I've just started becoming aware of Blaire White, so I'm gonna give her grace and mercy. This nigga here, this big bell pepper Michael Jackson nose ass nigga, which I love niggas with big nose, girl. Nah, baby. Fuck a fade, girl. He finna be bald headed during Pride Month, cause I see what he doing, and since he about to eat real good, girl, I want you to eat real good, girl. Because when accountability comes, Miss Mama, you gonna come back to the queer community, bitch. And no shade. You gonna have to motherfucking bring a fucking black dish that's approved by 3 OG ass black grandmamas. You gonna have to do at least 3 goddamn line dances, bitch. You need to do the turbo hustle, bitch, going faster and faster for 12 minutes. You gonna have to do the goddamn boots on the ground, bitch. And you gonna have to do the Tamia hustle, because everybody fuck up on that hustle, girl. I don't know why, but everybody fuck up on it, bitch. And then on top of that, we gonna have to jump your ass in, girl. You gonna have to be touched a little bit. Yeah, girl, just a little bit, girl. Before you can come back to the community with open arms like we're Rochelle Farrell. Okay? But anyway, let me change it and put it on to this one, because I feel like this one is going to be the one that is the one that's necessary for the conversation. Because we're going to be a little bit serious. Because unlike Amir, I have done my commentary and done my research on trans people's lives. And make sure y'all check out J Inclusive. Subscribe to them, please. If you want to keep up with everything that's queer, girl, both the good, bad, and the ugly, unfortunately, check out J Inclusive. J Inclusive just updated their channel with their latest upload about a trans woman who was found unalived. Queen Stevie, or anyone that is of the trans experience or have trans people around them, I'm going to let you know that this video that we're going to look at is going to trigger you. It's going to trigger you. And also, Amir, before we get into it, you mentioned in the video how you want to let Jamal out. I need for Jamal to come out. This politically correct ass nigga known as Amir Odom. No. Girl, Trump already won, so he can stop being a fake ass nigga, girl. We want Jamal. We want Jamal in the comments. We want Jamal. Girl, we want Jamal. Can we talk to Jamal? Jamal. Is you there, nigga? Jamal. Can anybody text Jamal? Can anybody send? We got a WhatsApp, girl. What? T for T. Is he over there in Africa, girl? Can you look and search, girl? We want Jamal. Because Jamal is the real nigga. Even though he's Uncle Ruckus's nephew, because you say you worse than Uncle Ruckus. We want Jamal to come outside and have a conversation with Jamal. Stop talking to the white girls, girl. Come talk to the nigga gays, girl. You worried about white twinks? No, girl. Come talk to us. Have a conversation with us. Because I'm going to have to tug on your line a little bit. Tug on your nuts a little bit. Because again, it's Pride Month and you going to eat really good off of this. You about to make a whole bunch of bag off of this. So while you doing that, girl, allow us to be able to get you together so that when accountability comes, girl, you going to really feel it. Because what you're doing now is temporary instant gratification, girl. When that shit hits the fan, girl, literally, it's going to be interesting, unfortunately, to see what the fall from grace looks like. I don't wish any ill will or ill intent onto Amir. I can't speak for some of my colleagues. But for me as BubzDaGawd, I'm not going to throw you away because you're a human being. And because I've done my soul work as far as the foundational aspect and I'm building upon that, I understand when somebody is operating out of fear. And I've had conversations with Boss Man, shout out to Boss Man, about Amir, just to be able to get his perspective. Amir is operating out of survival. He is operating out of survival. which is why the life that he has is a life that was given to him by the Republican Party, by the Conservative Party. And baby, Miss Mamas is going to do everything in her power to protect her investment, even if it's at the lives of other queer people. So I'm just letting y'all know that right now. It's going to be triggering. But baby, BubzDaGawd is going to match that energy, girl, because I'm going to provoke the Jamal to come out, girl. Fuck Amir, girl. Amir, we can see that mask slipping, girl. The skin kind of falling to the side, girl. That eye drooping a little, girl. We can see the mask coming off. Just bring Jamal out, girl. Y'all already in Trump's presidency. Y'all are already in Trump's presidency. This is already Trump's presidency. This is his regime, girl. He preparing for a round 3, even though legally there is no round 3, but this nigga got God on his side, girl, and the Christians, girl, so there's going to be a round 3. And not West ain't saying don't get me started on Jackie Hill Perry. Hitman Ruler, hold on. I have a whole video essay on Jackie Hill Perry and the ex-gays. You might want to check that out. I would love to hear your thoughts on that perspective. Now, the graphics kind of fucked up a little bit. There's 2 videos, because there's one with a whole bunch of them like on the screen, and then there's another one that has more of like a voiceover of like a entity or something older than time. I'm a creative person, so I try to find, and I also have a dark sense of humor. And girl, no shade, not everything in the dark is scary. It's what you believe in the dark that's scary. There's a lot of information in the dark. That's where your creativity comes from. No shade. I mean, according to the Bible, even the world was created out of a bang, out of nothingness, right? So boom. But yeah, make sure you check that out. I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Okay? And leave a comment. And also share. Make sure y'all share. If y'all are not able to contribute to the platform financially by putting some coins in, which no shade, I am not going to stop my blessings, girl. I'm going to get all my shit. I put in work. No shit. I can at least agree with Amir and them on that shit. Like, girl, but at least I'm doing righteous work. Or at least I'm willing to be wrong, girl. And I also give. Okay, I low-key give more than I receive, which is why I'm on my receiving thing. But if you can't do it through Cash App or do it through PayPal, you can support the channel by liking and by sharing. Share my content in spaces that needs context and nuance. I'm not afraid of these conversations, girl. I'm ready for these conversations. They're not ready for me. It's the thing. So make sure you go ahead and check it out. Trump is already sundown and child. The orange tyrant's well, and the sad part is that if something happened to his ass, his motherfucking successor is even worse. So, anyway, I present to you Amir Odom and the video that is called "Why Biological Women Feel Disrespected by Trans Women." Let's take a listen.
However, biological women are speaking out about their frustrations with trans women, and that's exactly what we'll be talking about in this video. From feeling erased to feeling unheard, we're going to be getting into it all, and let this be a reminder that you are not alone for having the thoughts that you have. You're not crazy or bigoted or transphobic for having some of the views that we're going to get into in this video. We're all allowed to have our own opinion, and it's exactly what we're here for. So if you like this kind of honest, real commentary, be sure to subscribe, and let's get right into this video.
Okay, well, since it's just your opinion and your opinion, okay, girl, we're going to give our opinions. But you're speaking that your opinion is fact. And if your opinion is fact, then we got to talk about it. No shade.
I feel like trans women are the only group of women that are above critique, because anytime you attempt to say anything to the trans community, it's labeled as transphobic.
And this happens so much, so often to me, maybe a lot of you guys out there, where you say one little thing, like, for example, hey, I'm not the biggest fan of like trans kids. Like, I know some trans adults, and like, that's not my cup of tea, you do you. But when it comes to minors, maybe we should just leave them alone. You bigot, you transphobic, leave them alone, you're this, you're that. When the whole time you're just a rational human being with an honest opinion. And truly, it's the LGBTQ community that's pushing away people that actually support some of them. They're pushing away their own allies. Like, it's like you're not even allowed to critique one thing, and the second you do, you're labeled as a bigot, transphobic, the list goes on.
Because how are we?
And then if that's the case, why are you focusing on those people, not the ones who are willing to have a conversation with you? Now, I will say this, on both sides, but again, to be objective on the trans side, there are a lot of people who have been hurt, used, and abused, and yes, unfortunately, they do project onto other people. because of their past experiences, which, no shade, is their responsibility to heal from. But the bigger issue is that the environments that produced those experiences for them to heal from is happening again. So how do you expect people to heal in the same environments that broke them, especially when this mindset is growing in mass in America today? And there are other trans people you can talk to about this situation. There's T.S. Madison, Hope Giselle, Bree Starr, Diamond Styles, Queen Stevie, other people that you can have these conversations with. And again, like I said, if we're talking about the trans children, okay, cool. Let's do social transitioning. But you don't bring that up a lot. You don't make no videos about social transitioning. You don't make no videos saying, hey, trans people, here's the alternative. Like the last live I did was a live about the alternatives for you. Since the ones that you don't like that are problematic, okay, girl, call them out and put their ass on ice since the community, quote unquote, elected them. Since we're in the election phase now, since those people are moved on, here are some candidates, girl. You don't ever show us the candidates or who you feel will be good in these positions to help change the shit. And yes, Boss Man did say, because of the projection aspect, sometimes if there's somebody who is ignorant or who does not know and simply is trying to educate themselves, if you're dealing with somebody who just goes off on you and projects on you, yes, the likelihood of you understanding not just their experience, but broadening that experience for all the rest of them, yes, you're going to have more of that. Which is why that person, if they were to project, were to say, hey, you know what? I'm sorry. I apologize. That's on me. That just shows that there's more work that I need to do. But can we have a conversation now that we're both calm and I understand that you're coming from a place of trying to understand? You're listening to understand, not just respond, but understand. Now we can have a real discourse here that is actually productive and produces something. But unfortunately for a lot of trans people, it's not, when people ask questions, it's not trying to understand. They're asking questions to offend. Oh, well, I don't believe that. Well, that's what it is. Well, that's what I think. Okay, girl, you asked me a question about my life, and I told you about my life. Whether you agree with it or not is not my fucking concern. You're a non-factor in my life anyway when it comes to what your perspective is about my lived experiences. But a lot of trans people are followed. A lot of trans people are demonized. A lot of trans people consistently have this pressure applied onto them. And no shade, girl. With some of this shit, girl, it be coming from the white trans. Now, we're going to have some black trans situations because they're using black people. We're having conversations about T.S. Madison. We're having conversations about Dominique Morgan. We're having conversations about all these other trans women and their expressions. But it's just weird, like, girl, the information is there about trans people, and y'all just don't want to have that conversation in reference to understanding. You want us to understand you, but you don't want to understand them. When there needs to be a mutual understanding.
We're supposed to have allyship with a group that we can't even speak on. A fear of being canceled.
She's speaking facts here. It's like, how can you say you want biological women to have your back, be an ally as a trans woman, whole time biological women are scared to even say anything? The second you have a biological woman speak up for themselves on behalf of biological women, you're calling them bigots, you're calling them names, you're canceling them, they're getting exiled from their friend group. It's like you hate them so much for just sharing a simple opinion.
Through Instagram, and I saw, like, you know, some trans girls talking, and they were like, kept saying, oh yeah, we're giving fish, it's giving fish. And y'all can go look up what that means, but I realized very quickly that this is a misogynistic term that means, you know, it's giving that you were born a cisgender woman.
Yes, fish really, if you don't know what fish is, fish really came from ballroom culture, drag culture, like in the black community. And fish means like you're giving fish, you're looking like a biological woman, like you're so passing, you look like a woman. And fish, private parts, like you know, that's what it's alluding to.
So I'm in the comments, I'm like, hey, like, this is misogyny. Like, this is blatant misogyny, labeling women as fish, knowing that the term fishy has been historically used to talk bad about women's genitalia. And I immediately got bombarded with comments about I need to mind my own community's business. I'm a TERF this.
And then TERF, trans exclusionary radical feminist, which we're going to get into later on in this video, is basically a term that it's so stupid. You guys, okay, we have male and we have female. We have feminist derived from what word? Female. We know female to be a woman. And now there's TERFs, which are the feminists that are trans exclusionary, because the TERFs are the main people saying, hey, I want to focus on biological women. I want to focus on real women. I'm not too concerned about trans women, trans men. Trans women don't concern me. They are a version of male, but we are still females and we deserve to have our own spaces. And now that's a whole divide and it's just ridiculous. But it's so easy for them to slap around this label TERF just to like silence someone or make someone sound stupid.
Just now talking about this now is that it did effectively silence me, right? Term was used to generate fear within inside me so that I would not continue to push back, but also create rhetoric around my name and my page so that I would be viewed as an unsafe person for trans people.
All of this was bound to happen, honestly. Like, if we are looking at the grander scope of things, this right here, this divide that we're seeing between trans women and biological women who used to be in support of trans women or was really fighting for them, this divide, this split was bound to happen. Because in order for us to progress as a society, in order for us to have actual conversations, we have to have a basis of what things mean and understanding and definition. And this new wave LGBTQ community doesn't have that. You're saying you're saying if you transition from male to female, that makes you a trans woman. But then you're also saying trans women are women. So there's no distinction between a trans woman and a woman, you're just a woman. And I'm just sitting here like, if that's the case, everything's null and void. If men can be women and women can be men, that means we're all equal and there's no real differences between us. And if there are differences, that's not bigoted to point that out. So if you have a feminist group that's focused on women, that's now allowing trans women to occupy that space, you done made the umbrella too big. You now, things just don't make sense. And so all this riffraff is bound to happen. I saw the writing on the wall immediately.
Well, since you saw that writing on the wall immediately, I wish you would have saw what the hell the number to the Powerball and Mega Millions was, since you're so inquisitive. I've had conversations about the trans situation with Boss Man, and Boss Man has really helped me to try to understand the other side. Not saying that he agrees with them, but just to help me understand it in a way where it's like, okay, I've grasped it, because Amir tries and girls just know. Because of how we've been conditioned to think and believe, society is going to operate as such. But I think society also needs to listen to what the hell is being told to them. You have male and female as your sex. Your sex is male, female. Man and woman is a social construct in reference to gender. Which is why, again, when I was born or any other male was born, man expectations was placed on us. As soon as your father found out that they had a boy, all of the masculine shit is already put into place, and the prayer that his son is not a fag is definitely spoken every night before he goes to bed. Now I lay me down to sleep. I hope my son like pussy pink, because if he likes cock before I wake, I pray you take his ass away. Amen, girl. That's the prayer that they're praying. So there's already a construct already set on you. That's the point. And even when it comes down to man, because I am a same gender loving man, because I am a leprechaun man, I in society will not be seen as a real man because I don't meet these societal standards. There are plenty of heterosexual men who are taller than me that do not meet the criteria or the standards to be a fucking man. There are women that will not talk to heterosexual men because they do not fit the standard of what being a man is. It's the same thing for females. There's a societal expectation placed on you as a female in reference to a woman as a gender. And I'm sorry, if y'all want to stay ABC 1, 2, 3, then by all means, go ahead and stay there. Just make sure you have your fucking helmet on. But for some of us that actually wants a little bit more education, for some of us that actually want to rise in academia and rise in life, thank you. I want to talk to y'all. Again, Brock Lesnar's daughter is a cisgendered woman, meaning that she identifies as the sex and gender and the expressions thereof, except for her being a fucking power lifter. And even when she has her hair down, even when she has her makeup on, even when she has a feminine dress or feminine attire on, she will still look like her father. Face and body. She will not be seen as the dainty, oh my God, just, oh my God, my sister. No, she's a strong bitch that could probably whoop your ass, Amir. Ronda Rousey, cisgendered woman, but can fuck niggas up. Hell, China, may she rest in power. During when it was WWF, entered into a fucking Royal Rumble match with a bunch of motherfucking males. You got individuals right now that do intergender wrestling, like Mickey Knuckles, who be fighting cisgendered men and they be suplexing her ass through fiberglass, be throwing her against tables with razor blades on it and shit. Every time the bitch wrestles, she bleed, but she not, oh my God, help, oh my God, I'm a damsel in distress. Hell no. She like, that's all you got, bitch. Boom, and hit the nigga back. Like, and not everybody's going to do that, but that means that not everybody is going to follow a certain type of role. And lastly, what I want to know is, for these women who feel some type of way about trans women, I need some anecdotal stories. Have you been attacked by a trans woman? Has a trans woman touched you on your no-no spot? And she used her male energy to control you in the bathroom? That's not me being facetious. The way that y'all be talking like there's a literal demon in the bathroom waiting to look up your skirts, that there's a pervert with a wig on waiting to violate you and your children. I need for y'all to make sense based on the fears that y'all project. Because if that is going to be the case, then I'm sorry. Gay community, females and straight women are no longer allowed in gay clubs, bitch. If you feel that a trans woman is a man in a wig that's going to sexually assault you or flash you their private parts in the bathroom. Meanwhile, when y'all go to gay clubs, girl, y'all telling gay men to touch y'all titties. Y'all over there crying because the gay men don't want y'all. Y'all in the bathroom and can pee freely, shit freely, and you know that the gay that's standing outside the door is going to be like, no, somebody in here, you got to go to the next one. Your makeup cute though. Like, if that's the case, okay then, girl, then when you have a bachelorette party, when you want to go out on the night on the town with the girls, because we're going to get drunk, yes, moms, on Friday at 40, woo, girl, and you want to go to a space where you're going to enjoy yourself, as soon as you bring your ass in, girl, the gays need to be asking, girl, what's your religious political affiliation? Oh, you Fox News and shit? Oh, girl, you can't come here. Nope. Are you against trans women? Oh, you are? Well, I'm sorry. This is a trans women's safety space. You can't be here. Oh, that's discrimination. That's discrimination. Bitch, you got 50 million 11 clubs you can go to, bitch. There's only a few gay ones, girl. Mind your business. Go somewhere else. But see, that would be a problem and an issue. Well, if this is the route we're going, then we're going to have a mirror experience. You can't sit up here and demonize people, and then when people start giving you a mirror experience, then you want to preach Jesus and love and mercy on them. No, Miss Mama. It's going to be an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth in this bitch, because that's exactly where y'all want it to go. So, if you are a cisgendered woman who is insecure within herself, then maybe you need to go sit the fuck down and figure out why you're so insecure. Because trans women have been using y'all bathrooms for decades. Y'all worried about trans motherfucking women. You need to be worried about big, butch, strong-ass lesbians. Like, what's her name, Queen Stevie? That was talking about, it's a man with a dick in the women's restroom. You need to worry about Trish, motherfucking strong stud, the shy, motherfucking P-Valley, trapping a side character looking ass girl in the bathroom.
Accused of sexually assaulting teen in Walmart bathroom.
Okay,
Adults
clock that, clock her.
Sexually assaulted child in Palmdale Denny's bathroom.
Before we even dive even more into this video, I want to set the stage and really shut down any preconceived notions that trans women, drag queens, the whole nine, they're immune from critique. So when you have biological women say, hey, I don't like how trans women or people are pretending to be trans are coming into the women's bathrooms. They're being predatory. They're doing this and that. It's real. Even Trixie Mattel, we talked about in the last video briefly. She's a drag queen. I may even put that clip in here. She's a drag queen. I was like, well, I never heard of a drag queen doing anything bad.
I was looking for like information on whether or not drag queens have ever been like stats on drag queens being pedophiles. 0. There's no drag queens being arrested for sexual assault of children. That doesn't happen.
Here's examples. I never heard of trans people doing anything bad in bathrooms. Here's examples.
Okay, we want you to show us the examples. Now we need you to prove how all these drag queens are doing it. And see, here it is. Y'all are equating drag queens with trans people. Y'all are equating drag queens with trans people. And yes, you showed us these clips, and no shade, whoever those people are, say their names. We need you to do your due deals. Don't just throw them up as a talking point, Miss Mamas. I need you to be like, girls, no shade, girl. The next video upload is we're gonna talk about these drag queen and trans PDF files, girl. We're gonna call them by name. We're gonna record everything, girl. We're gonna show you the shit, girl, and we're gonna need y'all to ban them. We're gonna see, you're not doing anything of that. You're not doing anything of that. You're bringing these up and leaving them so fucking open-ended, and you know that your community at large is dense and not gonna do their fucking research, girl, that they're just gonna take your word for it, and then there are going to be innocent people who are going to be harmed. You know, I guess in the way that you feel that because if you don't help to control this quote-unquote narrative, that the people that you're assigning yourself with and aligning yourself with are going to think that you're doing it because quote-unquote you're not speaking up. And shout out to Boss Man, which is true. Silence does come off as complicity. Which is why BubzDaGawd ain't silent. BubzDaGawd is asking you for some information. And no shade, you brought up one of these. I would have to do my research more on this. But how does that now, according to this comment, how does that example demonize a whole community? Again, where's the stats? That means there needs to be, every drag queen should have a fucking record and being accused of doing this. And if we're going to continue to accuse trans people of that, which if that's what you want to do, cool. You checking blind spots for the queer community to say, because like you said, we're not beyond reproach. I agree with that. Ain't no human being beyond reproach. We all can get it. We all can get it, and we all will get it. So for the ones that are doing this shit, call them by name. Keep your foot on their neck with videos for Pride Month. And while you're doing that, girl, no shade, we'll work on the Christian part, because the same thing that you're accusing the trans people and drag people of, girl, they could never in comparison to organized religion, baby. We can look at the Catholic Church. How many of them young boys was deflowered and went up singing, ha, da. And let's talk about all of it. I'm down to talk about all of it. Not just this and not just that. Bring it all. Bring it all. Let's do all of it. Come on, let's do all of it. Because the answer's somewhere. Are y'all willing to put in the work? Of course not.
It's just that the media doesn't show you this. Why? Oh, it's going to be transphobic. It's going to be bigoted for calling that out. But we do it for everyone else. If a black man's doing some crime, you're like, oh, well, this black man did this crime. So we can't just sit up here and say this trans woman did this crime. We can't just blast that out on CNN.
No, you can't. No. You can. You got, nigga. You almost had a million subscribers. You over 800,000. Congratulations to you. But you close to a million. Nigga, you got the power. Don't wait for Fox News. And girl, wouldn't this be a perfect... Girl, where did you find this news article? Was it on Ground News? Where's Ground News at? Why isn't your whole life filled with Ground News articles? Since the Conservative Party and Fox News and all them people over there, since they're not going to talk about this, then where is the middle ground feature that's in Ground News? Again, a perfect time. And especially with you being a strategist and a person that's about capitalism and business aspects, I'm surprised that you ain't put in the work to do that. But see, if I'm just getting paid to say some dumb shit and just maybe mention these motherfuckers for a little bit, girl, instead of putting them throughout the video to show how amazing and wonderful and how you use Ground News, because it shows us the only time you use Ground News, girl, is when they want a feature or a promo. This would have been the perfect time. See how you look at the camera, girl? What? That's how I'm looking at you, girl. You could have been doing that. You could have been educating us more so about it.
This just happened. 42-year-old transgender dressed as a schoolgirl arrested after taking photos of girls in school restroom.
Get her.
Transgender sentenced to 7 years for raping female prisoner. It was
Get
a
her.
man who raped a female.
I just...
Get her.
This article is calling this predator, this man, by his preferred pronouns, but he assaulted a 10-year-old girl in the supermarket bathroom. Here we have a drag queen, because I know y'all like to say that they don't ever do anything, charged with 25 counts of felony child sexual abuse material.
Get 'em.
There was another drag queen that they hired for story time, and they didn't know about his...
The list goes
Get
on,
'em.
guys. So we bring this up
And continue that list, please.
to set the stage and say, hey, the concerns that biological women bring up are valid. They are. It's not bigoted. It's not hateful, transphobic to point out these cases and say, hey, there are some really bad people who have taken advantage of this, and it's weird, it's creepy, and I don't like it. That they are all within their right to call that out and point it out. So you'll look up the cases if you want to. They're there.
I knew.
Right, and I need for you to do your research as well and educate. Because yes, all those people you brought up, clank, clank. Ain't no exemption, bitch. You a human being, clink, clink. You out here abusing children, clink, clink. You out here abusing adults, clink, clink. You out here doing shit without consent, clink, clink. You doing our shit that's harming people and deflowering them, girl, and fucking up their future, girl, clink, clink. I'm with all that. Clink them up, clink them up, clink them up. Clink them up. And then highlight the drag queens that actually are about something. Because again, you leave it open-ended. These drag queens, I know y'all like saying drag queens, these drag queens. What about these? At least when I talk about certain type of people and like those in the Christian community, girl, in reference to my commentary, I name names. Amir, this would have been the perfect time for you to name names. Lock them up. Put their ass on ice. Most definitely. I'm not arguing against that. Get them. But again, you leave it open-ended to where these people can run with their fucking imaginations, and you already see how their imagination has been hijacked by a book, girl. To be able to then project this onto other people based off of misconceptions, based off of stereotypes. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Trans women are women. They're on the spectrum of women. Are trans women biologically female? Do they have a uterus? Do they have a womb? Are they able to have another life grow in them? Will they ever experience menstrual and the shedding of the uterus known as the menstrual cycle? Will they understand hot flashes? Are there some things that are uniquely female? Yes. And trans people will never experience that. And then y'all demonize the trans people like T.S. Madison and others who said that, girl, I don't even want that. I don't want it. Hell, there are lesbians that y'all consider men and shit. There are trans men who, if they still got that, may go through that. They don't even want it. That is something exclusively for females. And I honor females in that regard. I wouldn't be here today without my mother, who is a female. And as a gay man, because society puts gay men on the same level of women and the spectrum thereof, I'm going to always have their back for the most part. I've been held accountable. But you give women more grace than me. Well, no shade, girl. I'm a man. I'm a cisgender man, so I'm going to always get a niggas more. And like I said before, this would be the perfect time, because even the way that cisgendered women, and yes, I'm going to say cisgender. If you feel some type of way about a girl, too bad, because I'm going to give y'all a history lesson on where the fuck cis came from, girl. It's a scientific term. Just like y'all say, scientifically speaking, trans women are still males. Okay, well, if they're still scientifically males, scientifically you're cis. The fuck? But the way that a lot of cis women talk about womanhood, that's not even a womanhood that they control. It is a womanhood that was created by men in reference to dominating women. I wish that cisgendered women and trans women could come together and create their own fucking definition of what womanhood is, because it's their experience. And unfortunately, especially when it comes down to organized religion, just like it stated in the last slide with Blaire White, your purpose in life, your main goal, in as far as Christianity is concerned, as far as society is concerned, and as far as your life expectation and journey is concerned, you are expected. You are supposed to bring children into this world. If you're not growing up to be a father or growing up to be a mother, even though there's a bunch of people who are called mothers and fathers and are everything except that. Y'all worry about a fucking title, but y'all can't even live out the fucking title. The fuck? Like, I feel like cis women and trans women could come together and really change the trajectory of the shit to where both sides can be happy. Again, this is the time for us to find the middle ground. Girl, red and blue, mix that shit together and let's get purple, because I think that makes purple. Red and blue, right? Makes purple. We need a purple ground. Black and white gets the gray. Red and blue gets the purple. It's going to be gray and purple in this bitch. And what the hell does gray and purple make? We need to be that. Because this right here is not helping anybody. And then there are people like Amir who profit off of this confusion, as opposed to trying to offer solutions down the middle. Even when he was on the podcast with Mason on the Ellen Fisher podcast, Mason was trying to be solution oriented, was trying to find a gray area, and Amir was just like, I don't know. Bitch, you can't sit up here and talk about that you want the real raw facts, girl, but you're not meeting a hole in the middle, because if you meet holes in the middle, you gonna lose out on some money. You gonna lose out on some money. Because you're a Republican person, you're not supposed to be middle ground. Baby, what profits a man Okay, so here's my thing. If you're a pedo, you're a pedo, that's it. Your orientation or gender identity has nothing to do with it. Harming people. If you touch on children, you're sick in the mind. No shade. No shade, but see, they don't want to look past the labels. Because again, if we're going to deal with the labels with all trans people and all this, okay, let's play that game. All religious people are. All pastors are. All deacons are. Now let's see who are the ones doing it and who's not. Are y'all ready? Y'all can check my background. Y'all can check my motherfucking shit. I got bookmarks on my phone right now when I have my super adult happy fun time, and every single one of them motherfuckers over the age of 18. Let's see who really is the PDF file. Since we playing the game, girl, allow the motherfucking smoke and the curse that was in Egypt to kill all the firstborn sons, girl. Let it come through the city, girl, and see who got blood on their doorpost, or in the words of Andrew Caldwell, blood on your doorpost. Let's see who got the anointing to pass it on by. So Amir's on his deal. I hope not, because he saw what the fuck happened to his ass. Well, guess what happened to that one? He's locked up and won't let him out. Your orientation or identity does not make you do harm to children. That is a result of a sick mind. Agreed. 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 These people are being taught to think this. Like, again, you have niggas who, back in the day, they had 6-pack abs and now they got 12-pack kegs. Literally stating, well, back in my day, they said that being gay was a mental illness. Girl, well, if we look at that PDF stuff, girl, we'll see it's not just gay, girl. And no shade, heterosexual people, y'all leading that, because it's more of y'all than us. And no shade, y'all was saying that the gay people was touched as children, girl. So who they get touched from? Was it a gay motherfucker? Or was it a motherfucker that simply was weak and who they are, didn't do no self-healing, no self-love, and now, since they've been abused, they have now become the abuser and found another target. And usually targets that are already demonized and ostracized anyway. Let me go ahead and touch on you, because don't nobody care about you anyway. You're too feminine anyway. You're too girly anyway. You're already an outcast, so let me demonize you further. Y'all never want to talk about that shit. And no shade, no shade. No shade. That's not my experience. I've never been touched. I've never been groomed. There's not a memory that's locked in the deep, dark recesses of my mind. That never happened to me. I grew up in a 2-parent household, heterosexuality all around me, and I went to church, so you know it was all around me. And when I finally discovered what queerness was, not in my own way, in a healthy way, but how society viewed it at a young age, it forced me to stay into the closet. I couldn't walk in my fucking truth. And this is not just my story, it's also the story of Amir's too. Okay, continue, Amir.
That feminists were eventually going to have these conversations online about trans women and being called a TERF and how bullshit of a term that is. I have a lesbian family member, and about 2 years ago, she came to me and told me that this was going to be an issue for feminists eventually. And I knew that there were inevitably going to be trans women that are going to ruin it for the rest of them. I knew the term TERF wasn't to be taken seriously when a girl on here was called a TERF for being like, hey, why do trans women need to be in period product commercials and be included in that? They don't get their period.
My marketing brain understands that because they're trans women. Majority of their following is women, or people who at least mark themselves as women in social media. So the tampon commercial just sees the numbers. They just see the metrics. They just see, oh, if I sponsor this person, it's going to have female eyes. That's where my marketing brain goes. But I can understand the feminist viewpoint in that why are we even giving a biological male a room to talk about tampons? Give that.
Queen Steve, if you're still in here, because again, she might have left because again, this is probably triggering content. Do you wear tampons? I wonder if T.S. Madison don't wear tampons. Because I don't ever hear no trans woman talk about, hold on, girl, I have to go. My flow is here. Never. Now, to Amir's point, I can pretty much so believe that than what this woman is saying, because it's like, from a marketing standpoint, all publicity is good publicity. So if I have this trans person on my shit, it's going to drive, will drive sale. It might harm it because, again, with Miller Lite and shit like that, with girl on the face or whatever. But from a business standpoint, again, getting the views and the engagement. I don't see trans women talking about periods and tampons. If anything, I hear niggas talking about, why is there tampons in the boys' restroom? All them niggas gonna do is use it for shit. They probably gonna do, you know, boys, when they're younger, just do dumb, stupid shit sometimes. So it's kind of like, girl, and then on top of that, girl, are we stating that the trans women are buying up all of the female hygienic products in mass to where for cisgender women, there's nothing on, are there pictures of like, oh my God, this trans woman came in and bought up the whole entire fucking aisle, girl. I have nothing, girl. I have to go to the dollar store and use that shit, girl. What I need some Summer's Eve is giving me Eve Summer. I need the real, like, then I can understand, like, okay, why y'all taking this shit? Why do you need this shit anyway? Manipulative people know who they can exploit. Amir is trying to fearmonger about trans people, when it's those in the pulpit that take advantage of the people the most. But we already talked about that with Blaire. And again, shout out to Amir, girl. I hope the coin was worth it, girl. Your soul. I hope you selling your soul through your booty hole for promises of gold was worth it. I just hope it really was.
To a real biological woman, give that to a model, give that to an up-and-coming creator. Why is this biological man front and center on a tampon ad? That's a fair question.
Like, you don't get your period. It's not the end of the world when biological women don't always include you in certain things, because there are certain things that you don't have anything to do with because you're not a biological woman. Like, it's okay, you'll live.
And it's not hateful to say that. If you are openly saying you are a trans woman, transitioning from what? A male. You are a type of male, you're a version of male, but you will never be a woman, and that's not hateful.
They will never be a female because only females bleed. So that is a female product. If they're transitioning is from man to woman, they will always be male. But the societal aspect they are transitioning from, the idea of what a man looks like to what a woman looks like societally speaking, because if you look around the world, all different societies honor women differently. It's not just America. There's more to the world than just America, bruh. And trans women are women in reference to the spectrum. Are trans women females? No. And they have explicitly stated they don't want to be. There are certain things that females have that y'all can have and don't nobody want to take away. Because if anything, you know what? You know what I think would satiate some of these cis women's ideas? For these people that they're talking about who are trans, who is like, oh, I have a uterus, oh, I'm a female, oh, all this type of stuff. I need for y'all to have a fucking litmus test or a regimen that these people need to follow. Okay, you say you want to be a female? Like, for real, I'm not talking about trans women who are trans, they understand their sex, but they operate in the way they want to in the world and don't want children and don't want periods and don't want any of that. But for the ones that y'all talking about that's on the fringe and shit, that want all that shit, do something like this. Okay, then, for the next 9 months, okay, I need you to commit. Well, first of all, before we do 9 months, girl, we're going to start off simple, girl. I don't know how long women's menstrual cycles are. I don't know. But be like, okay, cool. You're going to wear this period cramper thing for these period of days. You better not take it off, because if you do, we can tell. You ain't really trying to be trans enough, according to them. Wear this shit for the time or whatever, girl, and I'm going to be at home, so I'm just going to press it, girl. When mine hit, I'm gonna hit yours, girl. We gonna sync up the period time, girl. The menstruation time, girl, so I can be, ooh, I feel it, girl. Let me hit this bitch too, girl. Feel what I'm feeling, sis. Call me on the phone. You feel it, bitch? Yes, bitch, I feel it, girl. You feel it? Girl, does it hurt? Yes, it hurts really bad, girl. That's a fraction of what the fuck I gotta go through, bitch. You sure you wanna be me, bitch? You sure you wanna be me? Yes, girl. It could be like that. After that's done, girl, okay, let's take the next step then. Since you want to be welcome into femalehood so much, girl. Okay then, girl, how about this? Put on a damn stomach thing. Girl, and you gonna hold it for 9 months. Fuck a third trimester, bitch. You gonna start off with what the fuck we gotta deal with, girl. Put this shit on, girl. And for the first few months, I want you every day when you wake up, girl, to drink salt water, girl. I need you throwing up. I need you vomiting, girl. I need you all over the place, Miss Mamas. We gonna give y'all some motherfucking hormones. You already trying to be on these hormones, girl. Trying to already do this shit hormonally, girl. So here's the hormones, girl. Whoop-de-whoop-de-woo, bitch. How you feeling, Miss Mamas? How your back feeling, girl? Your back hurt? No, Miss Mamas, you gotta walk through it, Miss Mamas, if that's what you want to do. Like, I feel like for those people that are on the fringe that y'all complaining about, girl, put them through a litmus test. And if they make it, then they can be an honorary mention in the female world. Or you can simply just let that trans woman exist as she is, as long as she's not harming you physically, as long as she's not harming you objectively. Who fucking cares? If somebody is pushing themselves onto you in a way that you do not want, you have every right to stand up for that. If a person is objectively making you feel unsafe to where you can prove it, you are welcome to that. If there are people in both the male or female bathroom, girl, man and woman bathroom, girl, whatever you want to call it, girl, bathroom, girl, harming other people, let everybody know so that we can hold those individuals accountable. But you don't get to make a broad, generalized statement, especially when it's coming from a bunch of insecure ass people. I don't care if a trans woman, I don't give a fuck if a trans man came in the bathroom to take a piss, bitch. When I go pee, bitch, I go in the stalls. I don't even like peeing at urinals. And I'm a gay nigga. You would think I would be at the urinals like, yes, let me see who over here, girl. No, I don't want nobody looking at me, and I don't want to look at them. I came to do my business and dip. I'm not trying to cruise. I ain't trying to talk. And a lot of times the bathrooms stink, especially in the men's room, baby. It smell like foot and ass.
That's important to call out and point out because we need to protect who? Women's spaces. Biological women. They have the right to have their own spaces, feel protected, not feel attacked, and to have biological men infiltrate all these spaces, take over. They're getting tired of it. And it's so sad to the point you have a biological woman point that out. Boom, you call them a TERF. Boom, you call them transphobic. You call them hateful. And that's not the case. Half the women watching this video right now are not hateful beings, are not bigots for having these opinions.
Talking about Stratus.
They're very simple.
I'm always going to include you. And it's so fucking stupid and unfair that women are afraid to say these things because they're going to be deemed as transphobic. I know people are going to call me transphobic now after posting this. I know that. I know people are going to call me a TERF. I don't care. Because I'm not transphobic. I don't care what people do with their bodies. I don't care if you want to become a man or a woman. I don't care. And I will fight for your...
Most people feel this way. I truly feel that.
Do you feel, do you know? Because we need to know if that is the case. Do you know that most feel that way?
Most people feel this way. If you are a grown, consenting adult, mind your business, do you. Just don't impede on my spaces. Don't impede on my rights. Don't impede on children. If you are minding your business as a legal adult, doing your own thing, go for it. But the second you're in my spaces, the second you're intruding me, and I call that out, now I'm hateful? Oh no, now you've lost the plot. Now you're pushing people away from even wanting to deal with you at all. That's what's happening.
Right.
Okay, so with that being said, the next time you want to go to a gay club, bitch, because you know it's a Beyonce night, girl, stay your ass at home, Miss Mamas, because they don't want your homosexual black ass in their space. If that's the case, okay then. Queer people, I'm sorry, y'all. Heterosexual people, y'all not allowed in our space. Sorry. Can't. Gay people only. Sorry. And the gays got coins, so the gays gonna be okay. Especially the white ones. Again, they're running the Republican Party by way of Blaire White. When it comes down to children, okay then, don't push that heterosexual shit on my child. Don't push heterosexual on children. Nope. Let children be children. If the gay can't do it, the straight can't do it either, girl. Let the children figure out what the hell let them make the choice on what they're going to do. Don't guide them. Don't lead them. The same thing with organized religion. Don't push that on the children. No, don't push it on the kids. When you become an adult and you can have a consenting relationship with the Lord and understand the terms and conditions instead of being born into some shit that you don't know nothing about, girl, it should be the same thing. All the children should be, all of the girl, at this damn, no, I was gonna say something else, girl, but that sounds like kind of weird, girl. But at this point, girl, the children, let children be children. All of us collectively decide what is best for children as far as what their life looks for them. So we're not doing no LGBT shit. We're not doing no heterosexual shit. We're not doing no religious shit, girl. We're going to allow these children to all be of one sound, one man, girl. And then when they become of age and they start to discover things for themselves and find their natural flow, girl, then they can start making these choices now that they're of age, girl. Yes, you got to be 18 to go into a club. You got to be 21 to drink. You got to be 21 to smoke. You got to be 21 to all this stuff, girl. Why can't you be 21 to, and apparently being 21 to be gay. So why can't we be 21 to be Christian? Since we're talking about children and projecting on the children, why can't that same standard be applied? I mean, that would be right. That would be square. That would be something to where it's like, you know what? I can't even argue with that because at least they being honest. You know what I'm saying? At least they being fair. At least they being on equal footing. I can't be mad at that. Cool. The question is, if that was the case, how many people are going to adhere to that? Because my parents kissed in front of me. I'm talking about slob kiss. I'm so glad I didn't walk in on them. I've heard them before, but I didn't walk in. Thank you, Lord. I grew up watching heterosexual television shows, in movies, fucking animals and cartoons and toys, having heterosexual romantic relationships, girl, before the gay shit was introduced or a part of the equation. And I'm still gay. Amir's still gay. Blaire's still trans. Even though we grew up in a heterosexual world, we didn't grow up with gay mothers and gay fathers and gay television shows and gay movies and gay food and gay grits and all that type of shit. We grew up in heterosexual environments, predominantly heterosexual environments. And what the fuck happened, girl? And with the young lady on the screen, I believe that she is not a bigot. She's just sharing information from her lesbian relative, because there are some lesbians who are literally against trans women and feel like trans women are impeding in their rights. I mean, look at Trish. But if she's saying, I don't care who you are, like if you want to be man, woman, I don't care. I care about your rights. I'll fight for your rights. Okay, Miss Mamas, now's the time to ask the trans community, and I ain't talking about just any random trans person that could either be a human being or a bot. I'm talking about if there are some people out there that are educated in the trans experience, girl, ask them, girl, okay, well, how do I do this? How do I work through this? Again, a Hope Giselle, ask a Hope Giselle, ask a Diamond Styles, ask the Queen Stevie. There are people on all different types of levels that will be able to help you in those experiences. Because there's more than what your lesbian auntie said. There's more. The question is, are you willing to discover and see?
To be able to live peacefully in
Damn,
society,
3 hours.
trans rights
Okay, girl,
are
we gotta go,
human
girl.
rights, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend
I may have
that
to do a part
every
two,
single
girl,
thing
'cause I
I
ain't trying
talk
to have this
about
too
in my
long.
feminism is going to include you. And I'm not going to sit here and be afraid to say shit because I don't want to be deemed as a TERF or transphobic.
Love this woman. Love her down, and that viewpoint is beautiful because even the term trans exclusionary radical feminist, yeah. Yes, I'm going to exclude trans from this feminist movement because this feminist movement is focused on biological women. That's not a bad thing. It's like, it brings me back to this whole notion that I get called transphobic by some people for not being attracted to trans men. Because trans men are men. I'm sorry. I don't want no damn kitty cat. I'm gay.
I don't even know why you even talking about that, because you have a white cock to slob on. So I don't think anything about what another motherfucker doing and what you're not attracted to don't mean shit. You got your white knight. So stick with your white knight and his stick, girl. Fuck the trans man.
I don't want a chalupa. I know, give me a churro, and I'm calling it a day. Give me a burrito. Give me a fat burrito, a churro.
Well, you
I'm
got
calling
that,
it a
girl.
day.
You got
I
that.
don't want a chalupa. I don't want no kitty cat. I don't want no part of that. And that's the whole reason I'm what? Gay. I'm a biological male that likes a biological male. But this society and the amount of people who have been so empathetic and what really had happened was, we have grown this society to be so coddling, so accepting of everyone, and not really pushing back on the crazy bad shit stuff, you know? It's okay. They think this. They're not hurting anybody. They're not hurting anybody. They're hurting. This sounds a little much, but they're hurting the fabric of society.
Interesting. How's that?
Of us just being able to have an actual conversation when you're demeaning the value of words, and we can't even have a conversation anymore. We can't. I know somebody that says a trans, oh, this is gonna fuck me up, like in that Jubilee episode.
Trans man is woman transitioning to man.
Oh shit, see, it's so confusing.
Yeah, so it's
At one point, girl, 2 + 2 was confusing, bitch. If Johnny had 2 apples and he gets 2 more apples, what happens? Has 6. Damn it, if Johnny had 2, it took you a minute to grasp it. And again, if you want to stay stuck at a certain level of understanding, you have a right to. But that's not the standard for everybody else. Girl, what? And I'm gonna have to watch that Jubilee episode, girl, because I need to see how your mind is with these other people, girl. Because if your ass sitting there doing some computing shit in the midst, girl, and this is the best that you're giving us, girl, in a controlled environment.
Female to male who didn't chop off any bits and pieces, literally just got a haircut. Female to male dating a man that's a gay couple and equal to me and my gay husband. In what world? That's a whole straight couple in cosplay. The girl done got a pixie cut and they're calling herself a dude. You ain't no nigga. I just this planet,
and you ain't one either.
Ghetto.
You definitely not a nigga.
Ghetto. It's truly just got to the point
definitely
where
not a
nothing
nigga
means anything anymore, and it's sad. And I'm glad more people are speaking out. This woman's bold and brash. She's like, I don't care if you call me a TERF. I'm all for accepting and fighting and all that, but I'm not gonna sit here and accept that just because you are a trans woman, you are not involved in everything regarding a woman. You're not. That makes total sense. And she's also right in the sense that if you have anybody that calls this out, that says the things that she's saying, you really are stuck with one of 2 options. Either A, you are like this person right here, where she said all these things, she's standing on business, she means what he says, she doesn't care about the backlash, and she good, or you end up like this person.
Moving forward, I will be more mindful to be more explicit in my inclusion and championing of trans rights, as well as quick to silence any detractors that make their way into my comment section.
This is just pitiful. This woman right here, this biological woman, made a video talking about feminism and the differences between it all, and how, like, you know, why are some trans men included in all this. Just really just being open, and kind of how we do here on this channel, having an honest conversation about it all. Them trans people tore her to shreds. And here we are, where you're sitting on your TikTok sobbing, boo-hoo, like somebody's dead, like boo-hoo sobbing because the trans community was gonna cancel you, and they're calling you names, they're calling you TERF, this, that. This is why some people just don't say shit. And it's sad because the squeaky wheel gets the oil, and these damn trans people ain't scared of shit. They are being very, very vocal, and we need more women, like the last video that we went through, like that. Just stand 10 toes down. Stand 10 toes down. This is how I feel. This is what's going on, and you're good. Because this does not help anybody. It doesn't. I feel bad for her. She sobbing, boo-hooing, and clearly going through it mentally over this whole issue and her like fear of getting canceled and all that. Y'all, I have all these sources linked below. You can look into her story. But this is what y'all do. The trans community are just, a good chunk of them are just bullies. And some of the women out there too, on behalf of the trans community, just bullies. Because like, yes, we have trans women and biological women beefing, but we also have like biological women still very supportive of the trans women, very vocal for them. When in reality, it is the trans women that are impeding on all their spaces, tearing everything down, and making nothing make sense.
I'm looking at this another video because Dante just released another video talking about performative Christians and homophobia, girl. And I'm trying to think, girl, am I gonna have a long night tonight? Amir. To make the assumption that trans women have started this and that trans women are bullies. Again, I gotta believe these are white trans women, girl, because when I look at Jay Inclusive's videos, girl, I don't see this happening with black trans women like this. If anything, it's unfortunately ending with them losing their fucking lives. That's why I'm pausing real quick, because a part of me is just like, wow, like we have literally forgotten where the fuck we came from, and now we're acting in this prideful, elitist way. Shout out to the slideshow for Blaire White. You are a whole dick in the booty ass nigga, girl, who literally almost took his fucking life because of how society started with you first, how society fucked with you first, how society picked on you first, how society made you feel first. And you're equating and saying that when it comes down to biological women, that trans women are the ones that started this shit against cis women? Or is it the fact that because trans women have dealt with this shit and been bullied, that now they're just willing to get loud and vocal with they bullies now that they're adults? Or they're willing to be more vocal now because back then they ain't had no voice, but now they got a voice and they talking they ish. And let's say that people are being bullies. I don't like bullies, so I will bully a bully. I don't like bullies. I don't like people who pick on people for no fucking reason. I don't like people who pick on people to project onto them. I don't like that because I know what that feels like. So as an individual, standing up for a marginalized community that I don't even understand, I'm still learning things about the trans experience myself. Just because I'm in the community does not mean I know all about the community. There's education for me as well. But what I'm doing, unlike Amir, is I'm educating myself about the trans experience. And he's just focusing on these quote unquote crazy ass, or what you call radical on the fringe ass gays and trans people. Girl, again, y'all had no problem ignoring them hoes in middle school. Oh, wait a minute. You picked on them during that time too. And in high school too. Didn't you have a milk carton thrown at you? It's just like, wow. Anyway, let's continue with the next clip.
A woman says a DeKalb County police officer confronted her for using the women's bathroom at a public library in Tucker, and an internal investigation has now been launched. So here's what Sasha Swinson says happened.
He says, "Excuse me, sir," so misgendering me right away. "You're not a woman, that's obvious."
Swinson says she tried to explain to the officer that they identify as a woman, but claims the officer got angry.
"This is a police matter. There are women and little girls."
I need a moment. I need a moment.
Oh my God. My edible already kicked in, so I'm good.
I lied. I said I needed a moment. But really what happened is I went and got a shot. Great. So I hope you have your beverage too if you are drinking. I haven't taken a shot in forever. I've really cut back on drinking a lot. I'm trying to get this body snatched, and it's working. It's working. But however, I digress. I have my shot right here. This is in a Six Flags Magic Mountain shot glass. I collect shot glasses. Everywhere I travel to, I grab a shot glass and I just put it in my luggage. This one from Magic Mountain. My shout out to all my enthusiasts out there. My coaster count's 114. Is it 114? It is. Damn. It's 114, and my favorite coaster has to be Steve. Favorite coaster. So cheers to Common Sense coming back. Cheers to all the women out there, and cheers to 800,000 subscribers. Hello. Major shout out to that. Thank you for the love and support, and bottoms up.
You know I love a good bottom that's up. Bottom up, bottom up. Everything up.
I have to protect them.
Okay, I forgot all about this bitch. You don't have to protect nothing. This is why women are fed up. Back in the day, you would have got your ass jumped. You would have got beat. Bing, bing, gone. Done for. And what happened is, you got too many women out here, biological women, scared to say anything. Which, hell, I would be scared. If I was...
Hold on, bitch. You're sitting here equating saying that this person, because they don't pass, and to you they think they're like the man in a wig girl. Y'all would literally say that niggas will beat their ass and will not beat the ass of people that literally abuse fucking women that they know, nigga. Are you kidding me? That sound like some real punk pussy ass shit. If you beating on a trans person, but won't beat on the person that's actually harming females, harming women. Now, did y'all do y'all research on this motherfucker? Because not even all cisgender women look feminine. Some of them look like this too, bitch. Some of them look like Miss Trunchable in the face too, bitch. Some of them look like Miss Pearly with the wolf pussy shit across their face too, bitch. What is you talking about? They were going to pee. But I had to learn because of we've been indoctrinated, which again, I feel like this is something that a lot of cis women have to also deal with. If they're in a space with someone that has a penis, automatically in their mind, they're going to go to sex. They've been conditioned that if somebody in the room has a penis, that it automatically goes to grape, it automatically goes to dominance, it automatically goes in that realm. And if that is the case, then that also speaks to the bigger conversation we need to have about men in general and the safety around men. But at the same time, this individual going to pee in the bathroom is harming you or possibly going to grape you. But then again, when you're at a gay bar and you're going to the women's restroom and there are males in the motherfucking bathroom, cisgendered men in the bathroom who also have dicks, your pussy is safe. But now it's unsafe because this person came in? Or is it because, again, this person is not, this person is clockable? And because maybe you don't find this particular person attractive, that you think this person is going to project themselves onto you. And whenever people talk about having unisex bathrooms or having gender-inclusive bathrooms, y'all get mad at that. But why y'all spend all this money on gender-inclusive bathrooms when y'all can go? Only thing y'all gonna do in a gender-inclusive, bitch, you might want a gender-inclusive bathroom, girl, because at least that's the bathroom where everybody gonna blow it up at. I don't know about y'all, but I don't even like using the bathroom when there are other people in the restroom with me, girl. Nigga be peeing on the side, peeing in the bowl, but peeing on the side and shit sound like frying chicken as opposed to pissing in the water and shit like that. Especially when you gotta do number two, girl. I don't want nobody around, girl. I don't want nobody to know that I caused this scene. Y'all sit up here and talk about, oh, I don't want nobody in the bathroom, girl, until it's time to take a shit, bitch. Then y'all gonna find whatever bathroom closest, bitch. Oh, Lord, help me, Jesus, before I leave my bowels all over myself on some big mama shit.
The woman and I saw this ogre walk in the bathroom, I would be spooked too. I would be spooked magooked. So I get it. However, the people like this and the Lily Tinos and all them are just what's messing everything up. You are. Wow. You're ruining everything, making everything look bad. Wow. And this is why a lot of biological women are like, no. At first,
no, well, the reason why it's bad is that these people continue to focus on these people, but they don't focus on the other trans people that y'all think are the ones that are doing a good job. Y'all put so much focus on these people. There is more to transness than Lily. There's more to transness than this person. And then again, you have to prove that this person is objectively harming someone. Do they have a record? Do they have a background in assault? Then we can have a conversation. Then we could talk about some stuff. I'm sorry. When I go in the bathroom, I don't really give a fuck who in that bitch, girl. As long as there's a stall for me to piss in, I don't give a damn, girl. My head already down when I walk in the bathroom. I'm not trying to look at nobody, girl. I'm already walking, girl. I'm going in. I'm making sure the door is locked because I don't want nobody walking in on me. I don't want nobody looking at me, girl. Do my shit. Go to the bathroom. Wash my hands, girl. Dry my hands, bitch, and I'm out the door. Did he Latinos not coming for me? The fuck? What? What do you mean, Aries?
First, I feel like a lot of biological women were low-key not so much cool with, but they like didn't care about the more passing trans women. If a trans woman in the bathroom and they're not minding their business, they didn't care too much. I'm a guess, I'm gonna assume, because all of a sudden now, when we see people like this just stomp, bust up in the bathroom, that's when it makes headlines. That's when cops are being called and people are having a fit. So all this right here, this makes total sense why more women, biological women, have been more vocal about all these issues regarding the bathrooms.
I'm really curious, and I don't want to fight, but cis women, like the ones that get upset about being called cis women, why is that? Because a lot of the argument that I'm seeing is I don't need an identifier. I'm just a woman. I was born a woman. I am a woman. Which, okay.
I know a lot. Let me know in the comments below if you're like this too. I know a lot of women in my life who do not like that term cis. I'm a woman. I'm point blank a woman. You can be a trans woman, but you are a version of a man. You are transitioning, attempting to. I'm a woman. Leave it at that.
I'm confused why you're not okay with that. Because, like, I don't see y'all going around, oh, don't call me straight, don't call me this, I hate labels. Like, why are you just all of a sudden hating labels because...
Here we go.
It differentiates you from a trans woman?
First of all, why do we need to be categorized as something else to make you feel comfortable? Why is that? Why do I need to be called cis anything? You already are a transgender woman, so that is the marker. That's the way that we differentiate a woman versus a trans woman, because you're a trans. The woman, the control group, the original.
That makes, see, and
I'm gonna let it rock. I'm gonna let it rock.
The people, like the person we're reacting to, the light-skinned trans woman, they make me feel like I'm crazy, but I'm not. I know you're not crazy either, but it's like, there's a woman and there's trans woman. What's the point of cis woman? Oh, this is a cis woman, this cis woman. It's a woman. We don't need to add a term in front of women just to make you feel more comfortable. Just because you want to be more identified as a woman. You will never, it doesn't matter how many surgeries you get, how many wigs you got, nip tucks, nose tuck, boob jobs, things, itty bitties chopped off. You're never going to be fully a woman. That's not hateful. That's science. That's real. It is what it is. So if you're going to make the lengths to be as extra and as demanding as you are about the situation, you're going to get called out, and eventually you're going to get kicked out of all these damn spaces.
So why is there a need to call us cisgender? And then you're talking about you don't get mad at people, you don't say, I'm not hetero, I'm not this. Those things are not the same.
They're not at all.
You're not going to come in here and tell me, to make you feel comfortable, I have to call and categorize myself as something else. We don't need to do that.
Yes, I was making that face in the beginning. I'm sitting here like, that don't make no damn sense. It's not the same thing. You can't sit here and relate straight, gay, bi to all these other things. Especially like, this is why the LGBTQ community has gotten too damn big. The LGB is different from the TQ+. They ain't got shit to do with each other, because at the end of the day, sexuality, identity, it don't matter how the hell you define yourself, you still have a sexuality. It's literally different. So the whole tent got too big. Perfect. This is what happens when groups and organizations get too damn big. This is what happens, especially when they start off as like very pointed and direct. The LGBT. Now it's the LGBTQIA plus some types of shit. It's excessive. You got feminists. It used to be just women, like biological women. Now you're adding in the trans women. And now you're adding in, oh, well, if you don't want to talk about trans women, now you're a TERF. And it just keeps going on. It never ends because we're never going to please everybody on this damn planet. It's impossible. It's quite literally impossible to please every single person on this planet. And if you think you can mandate that, if you think you want to act like some fucking Homelander and make everybody please you, make everybody cater to you, it's not going to happen. You're going to be up for a very, very rude awakening. Because that's just not going to happen. To the day you die, there can be someone that you are pissing off. To the day you die, there's going to be someone you are you are in their head all damn day. And guess what? Don't give a fuck. Don't. You can't care about what everybody thinks about you. And this damn LGBTQ community has gotten way too demanding about how people address them, refer to them as, respect them, allow them in this space, in this space. Let me not, because I will pop off. I will snap, and I can see the comments now. Let Jamal loose. Jamal be coming out, but sometimes I need to keep it calm, cool, and collected, because Jamal don't like his blood pressure getting rose. Jamal, sometimes he needs to be put up, and he already got the shot of tequila up in him. Y'all don't want to see a little lit, a little buzz Jamal? Oh, worse than Uncle Ruckus, let me tell you.
Because we are biological women. Now, if you wanted to call me anything, you could call me a biological woman. I would be more comfortable with that than cisgender, because who even came up with cisgender? When did this like really start to become a thing? Cisgender originated in the mid-1990s. This is fairly a new age term that we have all had to adopt to make y'all feel comfortable. Like, why do we need a prefix? I don't need a prefix. Because you got one, I got to get one too to make you comfortable. Okay.
Yeah, women don't want no part of that. They don't. I truly think if we really, like the LGBTQ community left biological women alone and left the children alone and stopped being entitled little bitches, we would be fine. Oh, all the hate, all the arguments, all that would be out the window. It would. It would not be as bad as it is today. But then you add in the effect of TikTok and social media and people getting paid for this, getting paid to act a fool, getting paid to complain, getting paid to bitch and moan. Oh, we got a lot of bad actors out there now. We just do.
Woman is... Ooh, girl, I'm glad we're done with that, girl, because I've been holding myself back, girl. Because I understand this is passion. Because I'm sitting here like, girl, what? Girl, what? Now, first of all, let's deal with this whole cis term once and for all, goddammit. Hold on. Shout out to Aries in the comments who put this here, girl. Cisgender. And before we get into that, girl, we talking about, oh, well, why do I have to have a prefix? You had one, so why I gotta have one, girl? First of all, you a whole nigga. That's the funny part. Secondly, yeah, if that trans woman, y'all gonna always identify that trans woman by her being a male, because that's scientifically who she is. If you look at the bones, if you look at the teeth, you gonna still tell that she was male. So even though you living as a woman, you're gonna always be male. Okay, girl, well, scientifically, girl, cisgender in a scientific, since we stand with science, bitch. Cisgender describes a person whose gender identity and expression aligns with the sex they were assigned at birth. For example, a person assigned female at birth who grows up to identify as a woman is a cisgendered woman, just like me. A person assigned male at birth who grew up to identify as a man. I am a cisgendered man. Amir Odom is a cisgendered man. The term was coined in 1994, no shade, by a biologist, Dana Leland DeFosse, during her graduate studies. She needed an inclusive, value-neutral way to refer to individuals who are not transgender, avoiding terminology that inadvertently position transgender identity as the default or other. Its origin is tied to the Latin prefix cis, which translates to on the other side or on the same side as, translate on this side, or on the same side as. This acts as a direct antonym to trans, which means across from or on the other side. So since trans women are scientifically male, you are scientifically, Miss Mamas, especially in the realm of academia and science, are cis, whether you want to or not. And no shade, not you over here saying all this shit, and you're over here, she's literally, both her and Amir, literally over here manifesting the saying, if you want to keep something from a nigga, put it in a book. And it took me fucking 5 seconds to look this shit up and educate myself. Now let's continue with it, excuse me. Before being applied to gender, the cis and trans prefixes had a long history of use in the scientific and geographical worlds. Chemistry. Molecules with atoms grouped on the same side of a structure are labeled cis, while those on the opposite side are trans. Geography. Ancient Roman geography used terms like Cisalpine Gaul, I messed the word up, girl, to describe the part of Gaul, this side of the Alps. Today, major dictionaries like Merriam-Webster Dictionary and the Oxford English Dictionary, if I'm not mistaken, are descriptive dictionaries that keep up with the times. Words change and grow and evolve over time. You would understand that if you paid attention to linguistics, girl, and the elevation of language. But in today's major dictionaries, it recognized the term as a simple, objective descriptor rather than an insult or political statement. It helps clarify discussion about gender identity without reinforcing societal norms that mark trans people as the exception. Okay, can't technically change your sex identity. You can only change your gender identity. So saying your identity as a man is incorrect because you can't technically change your sex identity. You can only change your gender. So saying you identify as a man is incorrect because that's what you are. A man, or male. Okay, thank you. I'm like, huh? I'm like, what? Yes, you can't change your sex. Trans women know that they are males. They know that. But in reference to the scientific aspect of it, girl, this is what it given. And also with the two major dictionaries that are descriptors, these is what it comes to. No, you good. That's what I said. Trans women understand that they are males, but they show up in the gender, the social construct of woman. And whether motherfuckers believe it or not, girl, they get respected in such regard. Some people are going to respect them in that way and see him as such. Baby, we can get so deep and dark off in this shit. No shade. Now, it says, wow, major dictionaries and academic institutions classify... Let me get my phone for this one because that is too small for me. While major dictionaries and academic institutions classify cisgendered as a neutral descriptive adjective, a vocal segment of the population considers it as an offensive label or slur. Because I asked, why do y'all feel that way? The same way that Miss Mama should have answered it, girl, which I think she kind of did. We're going to see it as far as the answer or whatever, as far as how I read it. But that question was asked. So let's take a look at what AI had to say about it. The perception of cis as a slur stems from several distinct social, political, and linguistic reasons. First, resistance to being labeled. Interesting. Y'all want to label other people but don't want to be labeled, bitch, huh? Many people who are not transgender prefer to think of themselves simply as men, women, or normal. To them, being given a specific label feels unnecessary and forced. Well, y'all do that when it comes down to the gays and trans. Y'all in the wrong body. Y'all not operating in the way that y'all should operate in, so y'all label them. The default status. From a sociological standpoint, dominant groups in society often view their own traits as the universal default and believe only minority groups require a modifier. Being labeled cis strips away that default status, putting cisgendered and trans identities on an equal linguistic footing. Perceived erasure. Some individuals feel that the word reduces their lifelong biological experience as a man or woman down to an artificial checkbox identity. Secondly, association with hostile online spaces. The term cis is frequently used in online political discourse, activism, and academic theory. Within these spaces, it can sometimes be paired with critical concepts or used aggressively. We have the pejorative context. In highly polarized online arguments, phrases like cis scum, which I've never heard of before, interesting, or blanket criticisms of cis people are sometimes thrown around by internet users. When someone's primary exposure to a word is seeing it used as a vehicle for anger or generalization, they naturally begin to associate the word itself with hostility. The privilege discourse. The term is often bound to phrases like cisgender privilege or cisnormativity. For people who are struggling with their own life difficulties, such as poverty, illness, or personal trauma, being told they possess a baseline privilege based on their gender identity can feel like a direct, minimizing attack on their lived experiences. Then we have the political and corporate backing. The pushback against the word has been amplified by high-profile political figures and corporate platform policies. In June 2023, billionaire Elon Musk announced that the word cis and cisgender would be officially treated as slurs on the social media platform X, formerly Twitter, warning that repeated targeted use of the terms could lead to account suspension. And then you have cultural symbolism. Okay? This policy shift elevated the word from a quiet linguistic debate into a major battleground on the broader culture wars, turning the rejection of the word cis into a symbol of political resistance against modern gender ideology. We then have an ideological disagreement over gender. Ultimately, language reflects how people view reality. For those who believe that biological sex and gender are completely identical, fixed, and unchangeable, the word cisgender is built upon a premise they reject entirely. They see accepting the word cis as an enforced ideological concession to a worldview they do not agree with. So I kind of wanted to give a backstory, or a little bit of a back history, shall I say, not backstory, but back history, on the term cisgender. And if y'all don't want to have these conversations in a way that is academic, and to their point, I don't want to be called cisgender. Okay, I would prefer to be called biological woman or biological female. Okay, biological female, just call the trans woman a woman. She's not a female. You're a biological female, and they are a woman of trans experience, but a woman still, societally speaking. And I can't wait until we get into the whole Cherry the Boom thing, because he includes Cherry the Boom and talks about the whole jealousy aspect, because I do believe that there are cisgender women that are jealous of trans women, because even though, oh, I'm the real woman, I'm the one that got this, he fucking both of y'all. And the trans woman able to do something that the cis woman can't. At least not in a natural way. Wow. Let's continue with the video, y'all.
A social identity, though. Adding trans in front of woman doesn't mean that the person we're talking about is actually a type of woman. Trans women are a type of men. Usually we call them trans-identified males in the spaces that I'm in, because even using the word woman is a misnomer. There is no way that trans can change or mutate the word woman in order to include males. That just isn't logical.
It's not logical, and again, for the 1000th time, none of this is hateful. It's all real, it's all facts, it's not bigoted, it's just the truth of the matter. A trans woman honestly doesn't even make sense, because you're never going to be a woman. You never transitioned into a woman. You transitioned to look like one. Some of them look real good. Some of them, can, in my opinion, can pass. However, that's a very feminine man. It is. At the end of the day, it's a very, very feminine man, but there's room for a little nuance here and there. Like in my Blaire White interview that I did, I told it's a great example. Like if we did go out to dinner, we're going out to dinner, I'm not going to say, where my dude at? No. Whereas it's a female, she looks like this, like it's.
No. If we're going to keep that same thing, Miss Blaire is a feminine man, so call her him. If we're going to follow with this school of thought, don't let your friend Be the exception. Don't do that. Because that's you being disingenuous and dishonest. Hold your friend accountable to the same fucking fire you holding everybody else. You just literally stated that trans women are nothing but feminine men. So the next time you go out to eat with Miss Blaire, because I'm going to respect her pronouns, but I'm going to speak in the way that I believe you should speak. So again, you should not call her no she and her, because technically she is not a she and her. So I need you to be real, my nigga. Where's Jamal at? I need Jamal. Where's Jamal at? Jamal, come to the front. Will the real Jamal please stand up?
It's easier, but at the end of the day, even Blaire says like it's a type of man.
You have to explain what the social identity of woman means. Do you just mean that they like to be feminine? That they like to wear makeup, or that they like to wear dresses and heels, things that in modern day Western culture we associate with females? As if you mean that, then you're doing the thing.
I just had a question. Blaire, when you out somewhere at the movies or whatever, you gotta pee, which restroom are you going into? Because T.S. Madison said she ain't got no problem walking into the men's room talking about, excuse me, fellas. A bitch is coming through. And are you going to do the same thing? Which restroom you going into? You can't sit up here and project it on the other people and think that you're exempt. So again, I would like to know which restroom Miss Mama goes to.
That we all tell trans activists that they're doing, which is being sexist. You're reducing women to their social roles that society has placed on them. You come into a bunch of different problems with people like Jeffree Star, very effeminate men who wear makeup, who wear feminine clothes, who appear more feminine, but are still men. You wouldn't know what to do with them, because Jeffree Star is a man, he knows he's a man, he doesn't claim a trans identity, and yet he is still very feminine.
And I think that's fine. Like, you can be a very feminine man. There's nothing wrong with that. But if for you to go the lengths of mandating that people respect you as a woman, just because you're a whole nigga with a wig and some lipstick, we're not doing that. This is not the world we're living in today. Like, that we just can't do that.
There is no coherent understanding of woman that is not adult human female.
Yeah.
Anytime you try to go outside of that to say someone is literally a woman, and you try to define the word woman to include that person who is not an adult human female, you fall into a bunch of holes.
You fall into a bunch of holes, and that's why nobody can clearly define what a woman is. You go to all these people, and I've done the interviews at the Pride parades and the whole nine. You ask a simple question: what is a woman? It's a type of female. Okay, what's a female? You run into all the holes, all the different circles where they can't even define it themselves. And that,
again, one word can have multiple meanings and definition to it, which is why the words that we use from these modern dictionaries are, again, descriptive words. They are describing stuff. Yes, one of the definitions of woman is an adult female. Definitely. Not going to argue that. But woman is still also a social construct. You're a female, but what does the female look like? What does the female operate as? What does the female do? What is the female experience? What is the woman experience like? That's an experience only females will have, and trans women will never understand that. As far as the biological aspect of it. But the social aspect of it, when even cisgendered women have to also get bigger titties and smaller waists and try to compete with other women for dick, yeah, that's a social construct that harms you than it does uplifting you. Because that's also teaching you that your value and your worth is through the eyes of men, and men who just want to fuck you and conquer you. Not love you, not affirm you, not allow you to be outside the box, because even though you are a female, even though you are a woman, you are still a human being above all things, which means that you can do what the fuck you want to do. Within reason, of course, and in respectable boundaries in your relationship, whatever the case may be. But you have your own life to live. And I'm trying to understand how trans women at large are harming biological women. How? In mass, at large, which means every trans person, even the clockable ones, are doing something. Because it's crazy to have this concept on the one trans person that look like Miss Trunchable Mama. But Blaire White gets a pass. And I just found out again that Blaire White is a trans person, not transsexual, but transgender, which means they still have the equipment that God blessed them with. Let the Christians tell it. Do you go into the men's restroom to pee? Again, see, but Amir's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. Does experience change the definition of everything? Well, maybe in a prescriptive way it can, because it's growing with the times. I mean, hell, even the word woke. We looked at it earlier about how woke was used and created in a black space that now has been politicized and demonized. Again, for me, it's the objective harm. If you can prove the objective harm in mass, okay, I have to submit to that. But somebody going to the bathroom to take a piss and take a shit, we're tripping about people taking a piss and a shit.
That's what I was going back to the last conversation, talking about how it seems like definitions are just gone and people have like misconstrued what words mean to begin with. We live in a society where nothing literally makes sense anymore. It doesn't. And how do we expect to have conversations? How do we expect to have debates if we're not even on a clear understanding of what the simplest words even mean in the first place? It makes it hard to really grow. It makes it hard to have these conversations. It makes it hard to just be a regular human being. Like this, honestly, this whole video is fucking stupid. It is. It is. The fact that I have to sit here and have some of these conversations like this is stupid. And it blows my mind. Why biological women feel disrespected by trans women? No shit, Sherlock. They feel disrespected because you keep running in all their damn spaces. We done made women sports so women can have their own shit. And you got men up in there swinging their little ding-dings around. We got women's locker rooms so they can be away from men. And you got men in there over there swinging their little ding-dings around. You have women's, we literally separate them for a reason. And there's nothing wrong with that. They're two sexes. It's completely different. If you have any other opinion, I'm down to discuss it in the comment section. I am. But no, it just doesn't make sense. It's dumb. And if you're out there right now watching this video, I hope you have a sigh of relief and that you're not alone. I feel the same way. I'd be looking around like, this shit's stupid. Like, stupid. Can we focus on, like, curing cancer and, you know, stop cloud seeding and, you know, maybe get help Americans' infrastructure? But here we are. I'm having to be fucking Captain Save-A-Ho for the regular gays out there to say, hey, we respect women, biological women. I don't want you re-raised. I do want you to have your own spaces. And I'm sitting here getting all the death threats, called transphobic, bigoted, the whole nine, for having a simple damn opinion.
That is your opinion. Is your opinion fact? Amir. Just like how we talk about some people that are trans, that are insecure, need to figure out and love them damn selves, it seems like people who are cisgender need to do the same damn thing too. Because there's nothing that a trans man can do to make me feel like less of a fucking man. So if I am secure in myself to know that at the end of the day, I'm not competing with no trans man, because I know what God, source, universe, consciousness has for me is going to be for me regardless, then why can't that same ideology happen for cis women? Again, you're the carbon copy, right? Oh, see, I'm sorry. You're the blueprint, right? They're the carbon copy, right? They're the one emulating you, right? Imitation is the most sincerest form of flattery, right? Okay, then, so what's the problem? The problem is a lot of these women out here are also single, because we also know that some of y'all ain't being wifed up, and a lot of y'all having a whole bunch of kids. Let some red pill niggas tell it. So yes, y'all competing for dick. And I understand, oh my God, not only do I have to compete with other cis women, not do I have to compete with other women of different races and ethnicities, now do I have to compete with actual gay men, now I have to compete with trans women? Or you don't have to compete at all. Because at the end of the day, that man, according to y'all, is gonna fuck who he gonna fuck. Girl, where we at? Okay, we almost done, because I low-key ready for this. It's about to be 4 hours. This is crazy.
Ooh, these trannies. I'm not even a biological woman and this shit is pissing me off. This shit don't make no damn sense.
Not the slur.
You see how that's incredibly offensive?
Calling me a cis woman is offensive. Well, you are one. Facts over feelings can't change biology or whatever. Also, you the last one. You are the last one, Miss Ma'am, to talk about facts over feelings. You last one.
No. It's inclusion. Y'all can remove diversity, equity, inclusion in one way, girl, but the DEI gonna come another way, girl. If it ain't gonna be in respect, bitch, it's gonna be in disrespect. So they use it in a response to say, well, hey, you want trans people to feel this way? Okay, then we all feel the same way too, because at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck if you are the original. You a human being, bitch. At the end of the day, you are a human being before you are a female. Before you are a woman, you're a human being with inalienable fucking rights, especially in this country. So if the trans people got to eat it with facts over feelings, girl, what makes you feel like y'all? Because again, here we go. Oh, the queer people is not beyond critique. The queer people not beyond critique. No, we're not beyond critique, but y'all motherfuckers ain't beyond critique either. So what's up? Are we here to help each other as far as our blind spots, or are we going to go to war? I would prefer love, because I've seen what war can do. But we keep going down this fucking rabbit hole and then teach our children to go down the same fucking rabbit hole and think we're doing something good about it. Girl, what the what?
The fact is, you're a male. The fact is, for biological females to want and desire for them to have their own spaces, that's okay.
But if a woman was to flip that around and say that trans women are biological males, they would be eaten alive, cancelled, called a TERF, a bigot, a transphobe, all of the names in the books.
Come on now.
Do people really not see how contradictory that shit is?
Hypocrisy at its finest. If a biological woman went out there and said, okay, if you want to say that I'm a cis woman, then I can say you're a man. Let biological women say, you're a man. You're just a man. Oh, canceled, transphobe.
That's not what she said. She said biologically male. If I were to say you were biologically male, you would lose your mind. They understand. Girl, I'm repeating myself at this point.
So bigoted, gonna be on your TikTok crying like an old homegirl in the beginning of this video, boo-hooing. It's pure hypocrisy, and I do think we've gotten to the point where we have to make it clear. We have to be more honest, you guys, and just have open conversations and not have the fear of being canceled, of being called a bigot. Because we do need to talk about this, and there's ways to go about it. We can be more calm. You can be, well, can you? You can be more calm with like your immediate crew, your immediate family and friends, but I'm not gonna sit here and act like you're gonna have it easy. I can't sit here and say it's gonna be the easiest road to confront these types of ideas from a rational point of view. You can do it, but it will be hard. That's a little trade-off, but I think the trade-off's worth it. I genuinely do, and I think more people like this woman right here, some of the women we've gone through in this video, who have been vocal about this, you should be like them. Otherwise, shit's just gonna continue to hit the fan, because like we need to have conversations about how there's a difference between biological women and trans women, and the amount of entitlement, the amount of spaces that trans women are invading and encroaching real biological women on, it's getting excessive.
It's representation. And when I tell women that they're jealous and their response is, how could I be? Look at you.
Oh.
That's really what it's all about.
Okay, this is a lot. This trans woman is saying, she tells biological women that they're jealous of her. I don't think it's so much as a jealousy thing, more so as a disrespectful thing. What we've gotten to in this video, and what we talk about a lot on this channel too, biological women want their own spaces. They want their own communities, the same way the trans community want their own spaces. They want their own communities, the gay clubs, everything, all of that. Biological women want the same, and I think that's perfectly fine for them to do. That doesn't make them jealous. Calling you out doesn't make you jealous. It's just the reality of the matter.
Yes, we are women inside of here, but they can't see inside. They only see our physical, and this physical is what has you in an uproar. You can call it fake, you can call it this, you can call it that, but it's mine. There's a lot of biological women out here with fake breasts and ass and hips and teeth. So why aren't their bodies fake? Y'all are jealous. That's what it is, girl. It's jealousy. And they need to be reminded of that. And again, when I speak like that, it's not all women. You know, they be quick to be like, oh, y'all hate us. Y'all are jealous of us. No, sweetie. If y'all left us alone, there would be no problem.
Now, before Amir continues, first of all, Amir didn't do his fucking research, girl, because I know who Cherry the Boom is more so than he does. I've seen this interview on the Outlaws podcast with T.S. Madison. Make sure y'all go over there and subscribe and watch. And again, since this is a sound bite and these hoes don't do what I do, like break the shit down because, oh my God, why would I do that? The context of what Cherry was speaking on is because she is a public figure who is trans. Because she looks how she looks, there are men that want her even when they find out that she is trans, because according to the perspective of society, she looks like a bad bitch. It's a lot of cisgender women right now that's getting their body to look just like Cherry's. Not because, oh my God, I feel good on the inside. Oh my God, I feel whole and complete. No, it's because they trying to get a nigga. And that's the problem that she's talking about, because these same men that fuck y'all be fucking on them. And instead of y'all getting mad at the nigga who lied and cheated to you and y'all both beating his ass together in sisterhood, we're sisters, girl, we are sisters. It's more so finding each other while that nigga gets to continue to fuck both of y'all. That's what Cherry is talking about. And Cherry gets made fun of first, not just by cisgendered women, but also by other gay men. There are plenty of gay men. If you type in Cherry the Boom, BubzZz reads, especially with Dre Baby, a cisgendered gay man, that he's not trans, but he wears wigs and makeup, he understands. He's more of a cross-dresser, not trans. See, there's a difference here. We're not even educated on that aspect when it comes to that. I am, but these people aren't. That literally misgender her, call her Cherry the Groom, Cherry the Man, all these things to her face online. I forgot to clip the video that I found on X, where literally Cherry was on BubzZz or TikTok or whichever one, because they kind of look the same or whatever. And all of a sudden, here come two cis women out the gate swinging on her. Oh, that's a man, that's swinging. She ain't say shit. And these people pushed it onto her. Even T.S. Madison, what she talks about. T.S. Madison has openly, she is one of the most well-known, notable trans women, especially trans women of color in America, and no shade, globally. She openly states that she is a trans woman. She does not hide anything about her experience. And there are cisgendered women right now that still have a problem and an issue with her, saying that she's harming females and harming women and just fucking up the whole woman experience. Why? Because your nigga dick getting hard to it. Whether it was cis or trans, if your nigga a cheater, he gonna cheat. Maybe you should choose better, as some red pill niggas would say. Choose a better man. Then you won't have to worry about that. So whether your ass is open about being trans, or whether your ass is stealth about being trans, it's the fact that you're trans that's the fucking problem. So much that you got Blaire White ass over here, low-key thinking that she's exempt or that she's different. She's talking about the same people that look at her the same She talks about these people who are not passable as if though the people she's aligned with even want to allow to accept her experience or allow her to have her experience openly. All of this is insecurity. And no shade, if you want to play the game, it's insecurity on both sides. It's insecurity on trans women's side, but it's also insecurity on cisgender women's side. Maybe what needs to happen is that the healed, whole, and aligned and complete cis and trans women in those situations come together, have a conversation about healing, and then bring that information back to the hurt holes. Maybe you should do that. And then y'all can build this sort of sisterhood where cis women feel appreciated and feel valued. Trans women feel appreciated and feel valued. Because at the end of the day, through the realm of patriarchy, y'all all are at the bottom of the totem pole. Together. Whether you like it or not, society places y'all together. And then when we talk about blackness, whoo, that's a whole different intersection.
If you left them alone, there would be no problem. If you left the biological women alone, got about their damn bathrooms, got about these sports leagues, got up all out their spaces, I think it would be fine. We need more rational people opening up the doors for conversations and talking about this. We do. I really encourage all the women out there watching this video right now, and even though the gay dudes that be in the spaces and regular women, whoever, everybody, to share your opinion. Speak out loud. You can do it in a way to where you're not going to get that canceled, but I'm not going to sit and act like you won't by some people. But shit, do you really want to keep going through this, or do you want to be vocal and share your opinion and say, hey, I'm not hateful, I'm not bigoted, but I do have this one critique, this one opinion that I think is fair to talk about and discuss. That's okay to do. And more of us need to stick up and say that. But the more we don't say anything, the more we just accept this lunacy, the more we sit out here and don't push back on some wild claims and definitions that don't make sense and everything. It's just gonna keep devolving into craziness. It's clear as day why biological women are starting to feel even more disrespected by trans women. And it's because most trans women don't have a set definitions of anything. They're just so demanding, so condescending, so entitled, so just disrespectful to biological women out there when off the bat it's the biological women who have their backs. A lot of the biological women we've gone through in this video have openly said, hey, I don't hate y'all. I just want my space. I just want to be able to have this conversation. And there's nothing wrong with that. So as always, let me know in the comments below what you think about all this. Are you a biological woman who's just fed up with the trans community? Are you someone that's trans that understands and tries to advocate for biological women? Or are you someone whose mind's been changed at all? Let me know in the comments below.
Again, shout out to Boss Man. I had a conversation with him recently, and we were talking about the whole queer issue, primarily the trans issue, because I am an advocate for all humans, but again, if all lives matter, girl, these lives need help, bitch. If all lives matter, girl, pay attention to these lives, girl. And I said to him, I said, if the trans community, if the queer community were to hold these problematic queer and trans people accountable, if trans people resulted to just social transitioning for children with years of therapy, years of socialization, years of all these things, not taking anything medical or surgical until they're 18 years old. Let's just say that we do that. Let's just say that the LGBT stuff is removed from the school. Let's just say that all the stuff that these people are complaining about, let's just say queer people said, okay, fuck it. Let's go ahead and just give them that. Okay, that's it. That's done. Okay, cool. If we were to do all these things, would it be enough? Would it be enough? Do you think Amir's way of living, Amir's way that he feels the queer community should be, will that be enough to satiate them? He said yes and no. Yes and no. Yes, it will alleviate their temporary issues or their present issues, but because it would never be enough, they will always find something else to demonize. And as much as motherfuckers feel some type of way about, oh, you're sitting here and you're trying to equate the black experience with the queer experience, bitch, it's both the same hoe, because they both oppressed. Just like how some of y'all are males and men but got titties like bitches, yeah. Just like with the black community, as far, because all that Amir and Blaire is talking about is respectability politics. Yes, sir, and no, sir, and knowing your part and knowing where you stand and knowing your place. But I would love for Amir and Blaire to explain to me how respectability politics have saved the black community, or how respectability has saved the queer community. How? If you can prove to me at large, consistently, that respectability ends up removing the bulk of this shit, then I will fucking do what needs to be done then, if both sides are willing to understand each other. But there's nothing that Amir nor Blaire offered in reference to the trans experience. What do trans people do then? Y'all ain't got just smoke for the trans children. Y'all got smoke with the trans adults too. You say that they're mutilating themselves, that they're sick in the head. You have all these ideas. Well, if you're an adult, go ahead and do what you want to do, girl. Go ahead and do what you want to do. But y'all don't respect those people, because those same people have to go out into the world amongst other people. They have to work. They have to buy groceries. They have to get food. They have to have communities. They have to go out and enjoy life. And I'm sorry, heterosexual people, y'all do not own all of reality. I don't give a fuck what a book tells you. I don't give a fufuck what your cat daddy liquor store ass pastor said, bitch. You don't own that. Until you hoes can stop death in its tracks, until you hoes can tell death, bitch, come back in 300 motherfucking years, you can't tell me shit. You are a human being just like me. We are unique, but you're not special, bitch. We are all the same in this hole, whether you want to agree or not. And this is supposed to be the land of the free and the home of the brave, and that's been hijacked by a bunch of insecure little dick ass bitches running around as if they have big balls, which is why this country is going to hell, Amir. And instead of you doing the right thing, like you said, well, what about the cure for cancer? What about the cure for this? What about this? What about the economy? Yeah, why not talk about the economy? Oh, because if you were to do commentary on the economy, you'll be attacking your own side. And we know that that ain't good for you, especially when you are in a privileged place to make a living off of this. So, it's all Pride Month, and I'm going to continue to keep my foot on the necks of these niggas out here that is projecting and literally being voice pieces for the dominant, ignorant ass society at large, who feels like they ain't got to do the human soul work. Why? This gay man, this trans woman agrees with me. Even though behind closed doors and in other circles, Amir, you're still a fag. Even though behind closed doors in certain circles that you're a part of, Miss Blaire, you're still, to them, a hand. And lastly, before I land my plane and end for tonight, because this was going a lot longer than I was expecting it to do, or to be. Queer people, we know what the fuck this is. Amir talking about loving himself, girl, but the little Amir inside of him is terrified, girl. This Trunchables chokey is choking the fuck out of him, girl. And the frog throat bitch, wow, is nowhere to be in sight. King Mandius is nowhere to be in sight. Miss Honey is nowhere to be in sight. So he's going to do what he can to protect himself. Because this nigga is operating out of fear. Amir has the opportunity and the experiences to educate his audience, and he doesn't. Amir has, Blaire has the resources, awareness to be able to educate her audience. She doesn't. And she just continues to feed them more shit to make them angrier. So for my queer people, especially my trans women, make sure that you are prayed up and defense the hell up. If your record is clean enough, get you a motherfucking CPL and become John Wick in this mug. Josephina Wick in this mug. If your record not that good, girl, go to Dollar Store, Dollar Tree, girl, and get you a motherfucking knife set and have a paring knife and a butcher's knife in your purse, bitch. Pick your poison. Protect yourself. Because this administration is going to become even more aggressive. And unlike the queer community, unlike the black community, we have not hurt those who oppressed us, but the oppressors are gearing up to hurt us and then have the nerve to be labeled as the victims. These hoes want to be the problem and the solution at the same damn time. And ignorance allows them to do such. So, with that being said, I want to say thank you so much for joining me for this live stream. I really do appreciate it. Please make sure that y'all go ahead and hit that like button because it helps the channel to grow in the algorithms, okay? If you want to contribute to that subscription growth, you can definitely hit that subscribe button as well as the notification bell so that you can stay up to date with all of my content, both live and edited. If there's anything I've said in my commentary that you want to give commentary on, whether you agree, disagree, you want to just read me down for filth, girl, drag me, I don't give a damn. You can use this content or any other content on my platform. I don't care if you use the entire thing because I can't sit up here and dish it and not take it. I'm a top, but I can take this. No shade. The only thing that I ask is that you tag me at BubzDaGawd so that I know that it's real. And if you feel compelled, you can definitely hit that Cash App $conscious TV. Put in the notes that it's for BubzDaGawd, okay? Because if not, that hoe will end up spending it. Or you can send it directly to me through PayPal, which is paypal.me/BubzDaGawd. Girl, I came and gave y'all 4 hours and some change worth of commentary. Amir could never. So anyway, thank y'all so much. I really appreciate it. Shout out to Deshaun for being the super chat of the night. Shout out to everybody that came through. Shout out to the replay gang. Shout out to those in the bushes. And again, Amir, Blaire, if y'all down to have a conversation, I'm down. Stop talking to them scared, ignorant ass homosexuals. Bitch, come talk to me. Until then, we done, y'all. Have a good rest of your Thursday. Well, yeah, Thursday. And until next time, peace.
Can be anything I choose in this round. We are a sound vibration too deep to tell.